Okay, I think we're going to get started. Welcome, everyone, to the June 1st Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting. People interested in participating in this meeting can register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Please refer to the delegation section on the agenda below for registration in person and electronic participation deadlines. Written comments received will be circulated prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. The meeting live stream and archived videos are available at www.kitchener.ca. Watch now. Accessible forms and communication supports are available upon request. If you require assistance to take part in a city meeting or an event, please call 519-741-2345 or TTY 1-866-969-9994. First, I'll start off. Are there any pecuniary interests and the general nature thereof? Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just the lands along Sterling and Mill Street corridor and two other nodes, which is Connaught and Franklin, as well as Belmont and Highland, as my immediate family owns property along those nodes.
Okay, thank you.
So if those nodes can be taken out separately, so they can recuse myself on that vote.
Okay, you have to remind me when we get to them. Thanks. Any other concerns or? No? Great, thank you. So let's start off with the consent items. There's one consent item. Can I get a mover? Councillor Ioannidis, any questions, comments? No? All those in favor? And that passes. So next we'll get on to the next points of interest. And just a note for the delegations who have registered for the meeting this date. To all delegations, the city values and encourages participation and dialogue in a democratic process that occurs in council and committee meetings and through written submissions and correspondence. It's important that these interactions remain respectful toward other members of the public, staff, and council. In cases where dialogue is not respectful or delegates interrupt council or staff or other delegations, make derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others that are disrespectful, or use of language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair will interject and take necessary actions to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which would involve removal from the meeting. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there is 30 seconds remaining in your time, you will hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there will be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after the exceeded 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if following your presentation there are no questions from council. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from community members. So this is a public hearing matter under the Planning Act. This is a formal public meeting to consider applications under the Planning Act. In accordance with the Ontario Planning Act, only the applicant or owner of land affected by the planning applications, a specified person or a public body, and or the minister may appeal most decisions. If you do not make a verbal submission to the committee or council or make a written submission prior to City Council making a decision on the proposal, you may not be entitled to appeal the decision of the City of Kitchener to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OLT. To understand your right of appeal, if any, or for further clarification regarding appeals, please see the Ontario Land Tribunal website. So the first item on the agenda tonight is zoning bylaw amendment application, ZBA 26002 OAP, draft plan of subdivision application by Kitchener Tressler Holdings Inc. and Kitchener Tressler Holdings 3 Inc. on Ottawa Street South at 2219 Ottawa Street South and 808 Tressler Road. We'll first have a presentation by staff, by Andrew Pennell, Senior Planner, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The subject property, owned by Kitchener-Tressler Holdings, Inc. and Kitchener-Tressler Holdings 3, Inc., is located in the Laurentian West planning community. It is bounded by Ottawa Street to the north, Bleams Road to the south, and Tressler Road to the west, all regional roads. The Mannheim Water Treatment Plant is located immediately to the east. Wilmot Township is located on the opposite side of Tressler Road to the west. Planned residential subdivisions are located both north and south of the subject property. The property is approximately 13 hectares in area, with notable grade changes from northeast to southwest. The property contains the Shantz House, which is designated under the Ontario Heritage Act. The lands are subject to draft plan of subdivision 30T 22201, which was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal in July of 2024, along with related official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. The subdivision permits 262 to 410 residential units. Key features include Prairie Crescent, which is the main street within the subdivision, as well as Falling Water Street, which is a connector street. It also features low and medium density residential blocks, single detached houses, townhouses, and low-rise multiple dwellings. It also features 8 live-work units, an institutional block for the Shantz House, 2 park blocks, a wetland block, and a stormwater management facility, as well as servicing, walkway, road widening, and retaining wall blocks. The applicant is now proposing minor modifications to both the draft plan and the conditions. The changes address topography, refinements to architecture and engineering, and updated regional road widenings. At the overall subdivision design, unit count, and the overall housing mix remain unchanged. On the screen, we've outlined the requested changes to the subdivision blocks. The proposed block changes are minor and difficult to distinguish, even with this overlay on the screen. Red is the OLT approved plan. Green on the screen is the proposed modified plan, and blue are the revised areas, which are the easiest features to distinguish on that plan. Some modifications to the conditions have been requested by the applicant, while other condition changes have been requested by the city and regional staff. Key condition updates include removal of the developer build park requirement. All parks are to be built by the city now. An updated noise study is required to the satisfaction of the city. Formerly, this was a regional responsibility. Development charges are now payable at occupancy to reflect legislative changes. And confirmation of sufficient water supply capacity is also required now prior to final approval. The 2024 OLT decision established the zoning for the original subdivision. A minor change, minor zoning bylaw amendment, or ZBA, is now requested to align with refined plans. The purpose includes accommodating ADUs, addressing grading, and responding to design updates. No changes to the proposed permitted land uses are included with this change. Examples of the many minor changes include increasing the maximum porch height from 1 to 1.5 meters, reducing the minimum lot width for external townhouse units from 9.5 to 7.6 meters, setting site-specific parking rates for live-work units to 1 space per unit, and removing holding provision 85H from the block that abuts Ottawa Street at Tressler Road, which relates to the design of the future roundabout at this intersection. No official plan amendment is required. Development and Housing Approval staff suggests that the proposal represents an opportunity to support and refine a previously approved subdivision. This subdivision would deliver 262 to 410 residential units. It would conserve the Shantz House. It would establish 8 live-work units, develop 2 city parks, and preserve an existing wetland. Staff recommends approval of the subdivision modification and the zoning bylaw amendment, subject to conditions. No official plan amendment is required. 199 households were notified and no community comments were received. The proposal represents good planning and aligns with provincial, regional, and city policies and objectives. Thank you. I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Can we hold questions for staff till after the delegation? Yeah, thank you. I should also mention that Garrett Stevenson, the Director of Development and Housing Approvals, and Tina Malone-Wright, Manager of Development Approvals, are also here in attendance for any questions. We have one delegation, Larry Kotzeff, Urban Initiatives. And you have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Madam Chair, is the speaker on? You can hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Great. Madam Chair, members of committee, thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Larry Kotzeff, and I'm here as a representative of Urban Initiatives, a division of Polycorp here in Kitchener. I'm representing the ownership group for the lands municipally known as 2219 Ottawa Street South and 808 Trussler Road. The applicants, Kitchener Trussler Holding and Kitchener Trussler Holding 3. The staff report is thorough, quite explicit regarding our request, and addresses some minor modifications to the draft approved plan of subdivision and a minor rezoning bylaw amendment that includes the removal of a hold provision as well. We've reviewed the staff report 2026-204 and concur with the staff recommendations for approval of the applications before you this evening. By way of background, these applications represent a series of minor refinements to a plan of subdivision and zoning framework, which was approved in an OLT settlement, as Mr. Pinnell mentioned, in July 2024. Since those approvals, the applicant team has continued to advance the detailed engineering and architectural design of the subdivision. Through the process, the need for several minor adjustments were identified to the block boundaries, to the unit distributions, and site-specific zoning were identified. Madam Chair, I would note that the overall vision for the subdivision remains fundamentally unchanged. Most important, the approved housing range of 262 to 410 dwelling units remains unchanged. The overall subdivision structure, road network, and servicing strategy virtually remain unchanged. The approved mix of housing forms is maintained, and the existing wetland and the designated Chance House continue to be preserved. As outlined in the staff report, the applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement, conform to the regional plan and the City of Kitchener official plan, represent good planning, maintain the intent of the original OLT approved subdivision, and will support the orderly and efficient development of the lands. The requested modifications are minor in nature and are appropriate refinements. They will facilitate the practical implementation of the approved community design. With this, we seek committee support for the applications and approval of the staff recommendations. Madam Chair, this concludes my presentation, and I'm here with my colleague Grant Everly to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegation? Councillor O'Dooney? No? It appears there are no questions for you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions for staff? Councillor O'Dooney?
I actually do not have a question or a comment. I just was ready to move it when the time was appropriate. Let's get her done.
Comments? We've got a mover. Can I have so be it resolved, the motion be moved by Councillor O'Dooney. The motion is that the City of Kitchener, pursuant to Section 51 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter 913 as amended, modify the draft approved plan and conditions of draft approval for draft plan of subdivision application 30T-22201 in the city of Kitchener. For Kitchener Tressler Holdings, Inc. and Kitchener Tressler Holdings 3, Inc. in the form shown in the modification to draft approval conditions and draft plan attached to report DSD 2026-204 as attachment A, and that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 26002 or OAP for Kitchener Tressler Holdings and Kitchener Tressler Holdings 3, Inc. be approved in the form shown in the proposed bylaw and map number 1 attached to report DSD 2026-204 as attachment B. All those in favor? And that is approved. That passes. Thank you. Next is for official plan amendment application OPA 23004. This is for 50 Borden Avenue South, Woodhouse Investments. And we have Eric Schneider, the senior planner, will provide a 5-minute presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and members of Council. My name is Eric Schneider, and I'm a senior planner at the city. I'm here tonight to make a recommendation for approval of an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate a mixed-use development with 1,224 dwelling units. As we move to the next slide, I will first discuss the site context of the neighborhood. The site is municipally addressed as 50 Borden Ave South and is located on the corner of Regional Road, Charles Street East, and City Street, Borden Ave South. The site is within a protected major transit station area and is located directly across the street from the Borden Station LRT stop. The surrounding neighborhood includes a mix of older industrial buildings and uses, low-rise residential, and emerging high-rise residential. The existing building on site contains commercial recreation uses. The LRT tracks run directly in front of the site's Borden Street frontage, as you can see in the photo. On the next slide, I'll discuss the proposed concept. The site is proposed to be redeveloped with a mixed-use development containing 2 towers of 51 and 57 stories in height. A 13-story building base, or podium, connects the towers and contains structured parking, institutional floor space, and ground floor commercial space. A total of 1,224 dwelling units are proposed. A total of 593 parking spaces are proposed within 1 level of underground parking and 8 levels of above-grade structured parking within the building's podium. Private amenity space is proposed as outdoor at-grade amenity at the rear of the site. That's the bottom of the site plan in the photo on the screen. Indoor spaces within the ground floor and podium, and unit balconies. As we move to the next slide, I will speak briefly about the current opportunity with this application. The opportunity to facilitate a transit-oriented development, creating 1,224 dwelling units in a land-efficient form within a protected major transit station area. Promoting a high level of urban design adjacent to an ion station stop and making efficient use of land and infrastructure. Contributing towards a complete community for this neighborhood and making use of an underutilized parcel of land. Moving now to the next slide, I will summarize the details of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment request. To change the land use designation to Strategic Growth Area C within the current official plan. To change the zoning to the respective SGA 4 zone that reflects the land use designation and matches the zoning and designation of the surrounding lands. To establish a holding provision in the zoning to ensure that matters related to noise, traffic, water capacity, and functional servicing are further evaluated and confirmed prior to final approval. And to establish a site-specific amendment in the zoning bylaw for site-specific development standards and to prohibit geothermal energy systems. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed applications demonstrate good planning principles and are consistent with provincial, regional, and city planning policies. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one delegation, and that is David Albrath from UP Consulting. Thank you for coming. You have 5 minutes.
Is on. Good evening, committee. My name is Dave Galbraith. I'm the president of UP Consulting here on behalf of Woodhouse Group Investments with regards to the proposed official plan amendment and zone change application for 50 Borden Avenue in Kitchener. The subject lands are municipally known as 50 Borden Avenue, which is located at the southwest corner of Borden and Charles Street, and was previously the site of the Grand River Rocks climbing facility. The site's approximately 3/4 of a hectare in size with over 70 meters of frontage on to both of the streets. As you are likely aware, and as Eric has alluded, the broader area has been subject to considerable infilling over the past number of years, responding to the location of properties in relation to the Ion and the downtown further north. This slide shows the broader context of the site in relation to the Ion. As you can see, the Ion moves down Charles Street and then along Borden Street, so it has adjacency to the station stop on both of these streets. The site's also in close proximity to a number of amenities in the downtown, including the Rockway Golf Course, Kitchener Memorial Auditorium, and the Iron Horse Trail. And then I would also note that by way of the Schneiders Creek Rehab Project, the site will benefit from improved active transportation connections to the downtown. In terms of the existing built form of the context, lands to the west and south are primarily used for industrial and service commercial uses. However, as I noted, this area has been subject to considerable change over the last number of years, including development activity at 1001 King Street, the Zare Group proposal along Ottawa Street, and the Schneiders redevelopment, all very close to the site. This slide outlines the existing planning controls which apply to the property. Within the official plan, the lands are designated general industrial with the rear portion designated natural heritage, which corresponds to a buffer from a floodplain. Likewise, this site is zoned general industrial and existing use floodplain corresponding again to the floodplain at the back of the site. As you are likely aware, over the past number of years, through the Growing Together initiative, the city has identified and redesignated many of the adjacent properties to SGA 4, which is the purpose of the application this evening. So the proposal itself is for a mixed-use redevelopment with 2 towers containing 1,224 units with commercial and institutional uses incorporated at the base of the tower. The tower themselves are proposed at 57 and 51 stories respectively, and the current proposal contemplates nearly 4,000 square meters of institutional space as well as ground floor commercial. In terms of parking, the development contemplates nearly 600 parking stalls, which is roughly 0.5 parking spaces per unit. This slide here shows the ground level site plan for the proposed development. You can see that the primary access comes off of Charles Street on the west side of the site, leading to a centralized parking podium between the 2 towers. The towers themselves have been situated on the site so that there's virtually no overlook between the 2. And that was a deliberate design choice on this property. There's a second access off of Borden Street, which you can see on the right side of the site plan here, and then you can see the ground floor of the development will have institutional and commercial uses as shown in blue and purple. So I won't go through the details as Eric has already gone through this, but in essence, the purpose of the official plan amendment is to redesignate the site Strategic Growth Area C, and then a corresponding zone change application to rezone the property SGA 4. There are a number of site-specific requests that are also being advanced by this proposal, but I would note that at the time of the original application in 2023, it was subject to separate zoning at the time. So we worked very closely with city staff to identify the relief required and various design refinements through the process as well. So with that, I will conclude my delegation, and I'm happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Thank you. We do have one question. Councillor Ioannidis?
Thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. Mr. Galbraith, you're in support of the recommendation by staff? I just want to clarify that.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Chair Chapman, when the time's appropriate, I'm prepared to move the recommendation.
Okay, now is appropriate. Well, first, are there any questions for staff? Thank you. Those are the questions. Any questions for staff? No? I just have one about the geothermal prohibition. Is there a reason for this? Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, Chair. The reason for the prohibition on geothermal is that the region has identified it as a site with environmental threats. So just because of the past industrial uses on and surrounding the lands and groundwater contamination, geothermal would require digging deep into the ground, and it could unsettle those things. So it's a pretty standard requirement that the region requests any time that there's a site subject to a record of site condition like this one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stretch?
My question probably isn't for staff, so if it's okay if the
That's for the delegation. Mr. Galbraith, can you come back, please?
It's just about green development standards, and if there's any participation or willingness to participate with the pilot project that's happening regionally.
Through the chair, I think there would be an openness to explore opportunities through that process. I think once we get into more detailed design through site plan, that would probably be the appropriate opportunity to have those conversations.
Great. Yeah, I'd love the insight and reciprocal learning that could happen there. So be really interested to see you participate. Thanks.
Okay, those are the questions. Thank you. So it's been moved by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Next, item 6.3, Kitchener 2051, the new official plan. And we'll start off with the presentation by Rosa Bustamante, Director of Planning and Housing Policy, and then followed by a presentation by John Zunick and Rachel Noy. We'll each have 10 minutes to make a presentation, and I'll also mention while they're getting set up that Natalie Goss, the Manager of Policy and Research, is also in attendance for this item. And well, I'll also mention that we've received 38 written submissions. I won't name everybody, but that will be included in the minutes. So we'll start then with the presentation from Rosa Bustamante.
Good evening, Chair, members of Council, collaborators, and community members. Today marks the start of both National Indigenous History Month and Pride Month, as we recognize the history and contributions of the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, as well as the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, which have shaped Kitchener as we know it today. And so it is very fitting that we are here tonight to recommend the long-term vision for an equitable and inclusive Kitchener as a thriving, connected, green, and above all, caring city. As you'll hear this evening, over the last 2 years, we've had thousands of community conversations, which have included the First Nations, grade 5 students, high school students, New Canadians, persons with disabilities, racialized groups, seniors, and many other collaborators. Their insights and lived experiences, as well as their ideas, dreams, and values underpin this official plan, Kitchener 2051. For many of us, it's difficult to imagine what our lives will look like 25 years from now, but the community's shared vision for Kitchener 2051 is one that makes our neighborhoods affordable and welcoming to all, builds our economy through opportunity and innovation, and protects our environment for future generations to enjoy. On behalf of the city's planning team, we are pleased to be here tonight to share the city's new official plan with you and the community.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Zunick and Rachel Noy.
Good evening. Developing the recommended official plan has been more than 2 years in the making and is fundamentally rooted in Kitchener's strategic plan initiative of building a city for everyone, where together we take care of the world around us and each other. It is built on the values shared by the community members in over 3,000 conversations and over 70 engagement events. These values highlighted affordability, thoughtful and resilient growth, access and inclusion, safe and sustainable mobility options, and mutual care and belonging as core to a new official plan. The approach to growth endorsed by Council last summer represents an intentional shift toward expanded housing options being available in all neighborhoods across the city, particularly missing middle housing. Some planning approaches taken in the past across North America have in part contributed to the challenges that we now face, including the housing supply and affordability crisis. The recommended official plan boldly addresses these challenges by planning in alignment with what the community has told us is important, and it prudently links land use planning decisions within the city's control to addressing housing supply and affordability, the climate emergency, resilience in the face of global economic uncertainty, and its impact on jobs here at home. The recommended official plan was shaped by over 3,000 conversations with First Nations, the community, and collaborators in over 70 engagement events. All of these conversations, from grade 5 student conversations, local Indigenous groups, First Nations, advisory committees, and others from all parts of the city, were considered, and where the conversations aligned with the big ideas and could be supported with a planning analysis, they shaped the recommended official plan. A key part in contributing a meaningful process and engaging with the community included creating a community working group made up of individuals from every ward. This group met with city staff on a monthly basis for 18 months and directly influenced the development of engagement activities and policies found in the recommended official plan. Rachel Noy served as one of the group's members and will share her experiences now as being part of this group.
Thanks, John. Our 30-member community working group represented diverse backgrounds, needs, and viewpoints. This meant we heard wide-ranging viewpoints on every topic with healthy discussions. Meetings were jointly coordinated by a city planner and a nominated member of the community working group. The city planners went the extra mile to ensure there was great engagement, provided dial-in options to encourage participation when there was poor weather or people couldn't attend in person. Because of the emphasis on transparency, our community working group members received draft planning materials and background documents well in advance of each meeting. This meant that our time together could be structured to maximize community discussion. We were encouraged to ask questions, provide input, share ideas, and provide feedback to the planners. We also gathered feedback from our local neighborhoods so we could share viewpoints that went beyond the working group. I've been volunteering with different organizations for decades, and this was the most inclusive and engagement process I've experienced, and I encourage the city to continue with this process. Thanks.
Creating a caring city means that it will take all of us in all neighborhoods across the city to create a Kitchener in 2051 that makes our neighborhoods affordable and welcoming to all, builds our economy through opportunities and innovation, and protects our environment for future generations to come. These big ideas inform the objectives and policies that are key to addressing the challenges that we face. This plan charts a course for the next 25 years. Kitchener will continue to grow and change long after that, and it will be because of the foundations laid through this plan. This is part of the nature of city building. To achieve positive changes anywhere, they have to be enabled everywhere. The recommended official plan was informed by a number of technical studies. These studies helped us understand and forecast our population and employment needs to 2051 and understand how much land we would need to accommodate it. Additionally, they evaluated how our current infrastructure, from roads to the water distribution network to our sanitary sewers, would be able to accommodate the projected growth in different ways and identified high-level upgrades that would be required. This also included identifying the long-term operating and capital costs as part of a financial assessment based on how the recommended official plan plans for growth over the next 25 years. In conclusion, staff recommend that the official plan amendments be adopted and approved as they conform to provincial policies and plans, and they represent good planning. I will leave you with this final video that summarizes all of the work that went into developing the recommended official plan before you tonight. Thank you.
Like many cities across Canada, Kitchener is growing, and with growth comes opportunity. In this moment of possibility, we can learn for a future that builds on our strengths and reflects our shared values to create a city that works for everyone. To respond to this moment, we launched Kitchener 2051, an 18-month journey to create a new official plan. An official plan sets the long-term vision for how the city will look and feel in the future, and helps guide decisions that shape how and where we live, work, move, and connect. To create a plan that truly reflected our city, we needed to hear from everyone, especially those often left out of city-building conversations. The Kitchener 2051 process placed you, our community, at the center right from the start. We heard from over 2,500 people through 47 different engagement interactions, including the interactive block party that publicly launched the Kitchener 2051 project with music, art, food trucks, and interactive displays and activities in the heart of downtown. 3 speaker series events co-hosted with local organizations to share diverse perspectives from community members and local city builders related to our key themes. Outreach in all 10 wards, including youth engagement in 5 schools and 16 community pop-ups designed to meet you where you live, work, and play. A choose-your-own-adventure activity exploring where and how we grow, based on the future you want to see, while also considering different lived experiences of our diverse communities. Regular conversations and workshops with our community working group and council-appointed advisory committees. And our Engage Kitchener platform was visited over 21,000 times. It's where we hosted online surveys, interactive mapping, forums for community storytelling, and more. These opportunities took place over 4 phases. In phases 1 and 2, we introduced the project and invited people from across the city to share their ideas and aspirations for Kitchener's future, all guided by the 4 themes from our strategic plan. And you told us that the theme of a caring city should live the heart of the new official plan. From your input, we also developed a set of shared community values. In phase 3, we combined what we learned from previous phases with technical studies, data, and guidance from other city policies to develop the big ideas, focus areas, and approaches to growth. Together, these helped set early direction for the new official plan and helped us show where growth could happen and what it might look and feel like. We shared these ideas through interactive events, a citywide survey, and community-led conversations, where you told us that the new official plan should prioritize affordable housing, vibrant and walkable neighborhoods, climate resilience, and equitable access to local food, good jobs, and parks and open spaces. In phase 4, we brought all of this together as we drafted the new official plan. Guided by our shared values and aspirations for the future, Kitchener 2051 will help us tackle the challenges of today while building the resilience needed to adapt and thrive into the future. This will be achieved through a new city structure, land use designations, and policies that are rooted in our shared vision of building a caring city, where together we take care of the world around us and each other. And we'll need your help every step of the way.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Chapman. When the time is right, and I'm hoping that it is right now, I would like to move an amendment to the official plan. It's option 2.2.1A. Westmount as one land use with a 3-story height limit in the plan and 1 CHL.
So have you shared this with staff?
I'm sorry?
Have you shared your amendment with staff?
Yes, I have, and the clerk has that.
Can we see it? We won't be voting on this at this point, but,
Yeah, when we come back to it, I would like to make comments on it.
okay.
Thank
well,
you.
Maybe we can just show it, and then we'll go to the delegations.
I'm sorry? Did you want me to read it?
Sure.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, can you turn my microphone? Thank you. Thank you. Westmount is one land use with a 3-story height limit in the plan and 1 CHL. This option would apply the neighborhood growth area city structure element and neighborhood's land use designation to the entirety of the Westmount neighborhood. It would also identify the Westmount neighborhood as a single cultural heritage landscape. Because detailed study of the western portion of the cultural heritage landscape has not yet occurred, the list of heritage attributes included in the plan for Westmount reflect the heritage attributes for the eastern portion, currently for the cultural heritage landscape only. The heritage attributes for the western portion are not able to be included in policies in the plan at this time, and they have not been studied. Extending the heritage attributes from the Westmount East CHL to the Westmount West CHL will inaccurately impose heritage attributes to the area where they are not applicable. Additionally, as the heritage attributes have not yet been studied for the Westmount West CHL, it is premature to determine whether or not a 3-story height maximum in zoning would be a necessary tool for conservation of heritage attributes. Additionally, this option would see the 2014 official plan Belmont urban corridor be the strategic growth area with mixed-use land uses. Am I reading the wrong thing? Do I have the correct thing here? Okay.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, just the motion.
Just some, okay,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but that's fine. I think we get the point. We saw the motion, so we're not going to vote on it right now. We'll come back to it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought you had asked me to read it.
Well, read the motion, but the amendment. to the-
Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry, this
that's
is
fine.
what I have in front of me right now. Sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
great, thank you. I see Stephanie, Councillor Stretch, you wanted to say something?
Thank you. Similar to Councillor Johnson, I just wanted to make council aware, as well as the delegates that are here, so they could perhaps speak to it or not to speak to it. But my recommendation is to apply 2.2A, and I won't read that in the official plan, but really, so what I am asking, I'm asking for support with the approach outlined on page 26 of 2.2A, and the motion reads as follows: that city-initiated official plan amendment, OPA 26/002, City of Kitchener IZ, for the purpose of implementing a new official plan for the City of Kitchener be adopted in the form shown in the official plan amendment attached report, DSD 2026-235 as Appendix A, and is as amended as follows, and accordingly forwarded to the Province of Ontario for approval, and that the auditorium neighborhood be incorporated into the new official plan with the city structure, land use, and cultural heritage landscapes policies as outlined in option 2.2A in report DSD 2026-235, with the exception of lands currently designated mid-rise residential and the 2014 official plan where the land use shall be mixed use A as recommended. Thank you.
Okay, again, we'll vote on that later, and we'll come back to both of those. So we have a full list of delegations, so please keep to the 5 minutes that you're allotted. We'll start with Barb Trotter and Cam Trotter. Thank you for coming in.
Okay.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns. Historical neighborhoods provide a sense of place and help achieve long-term economic prosperity. Proactive preservation of built heritage resources, including cultural heritage landscapes, is stipulated in the Planning Act and the Provincial Planning Statement. The new 2051 plan cites conservation of cultural heritage resources as essential, and I have suggested that they be added under places to protect in Section 2. That change has not been made. I'm glad that cultural heritage landscapes are now listed, especially Westmount, but part of Westmount is still strategic growth area mixed use, 8 stories, and the remainder is still neighborhood, 6 stories. I therefore support the 3 stories of staff report option 2.2.1A. However, I do not trust that even those recommendations guarantee the preservation of Westmount. My experience is that stipulated heights are not absolute. In reality, developers apply for amendments to enable taller structures. Approval is usually granted. If saving Westmount and other cultural heritage landscapes is truly a goal, I am convinced that more stringent phrasing and removal from SGAs are required. The staff report raises 2 objections. Staff seem to feel that SGA parameters must be rigidly enforced for citywide consistency. I prefer flexibility, with allowances for unique circumstances, which I strongly believe covers protecting heritage resources, including saving Westmount. Surely the provisions of provincial legislation and this plan provide a valid rationale. Exempting listed cultural heritage landscapes from SGA zoning would then be both reasonable and consistent across the city. I have 2 suggestions. Make a provision like Section 7.2, which says, in the case of a conflict with plan policies, the Heritage Conservation District Plan will prevail. Expand that kind of absolute language to include listed cultural heritage landscapes so that their protections override SGA or bylaw zoning. Alternatively, or additionally, when SGAs are described, add a clause to exempt listed cultural heritage landscapes. If I'm understanding correctly, the second objection is that housing units will be lost if Westmount is guaranteed 3 stories. Units are unavailable elsewhere because transit and infrastructure have not been organized. It seems to me that this objection is based on what feels like a sense of urgency that might be a bit premature. The daunting population forecasts that underlie this plan are not immediate. In fact, only very marginal regional growth is reported for 2025. The missing middle and affordable housing document calls for 500 units over 10 years, which seems a feasible period for developing other SGAs. As of right, additional residential units could be created in Westmount by encouraging the division of interiors into apartments, but with the historical exterior maintained, as with 2 houses on John Street. An unalterable fact is that if you leave Westmount open to taller development now, you absolutely cannot reverse the destruction. Choosing Westmount option 2.2.1A plus ironclad protection now keeps the door open for future possibilities, perhaps decades down the road, if and only if the population explosion actually materializes. Staff also mentioned the difficulty of amending the official plan, but a clause could be added to streamline the process should it become absolutely imperative to cover the entire city with high-rises. In my opinion, heritage resources, and especially Westmount, should be among the last areas for development, most definitely not the first. My desire is for future generations to feel the groundedness and connectivity created by historical elements like Westmount that express the identity, roots, and soul of our city. Thank you. Oh, questions?
Thank you very
Sorry.
much. I don't see any questions.
No.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pierre Chauvin from MHBC.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning. I just want to take a moment to thank your staff, particularly Natalie and John, for leading this charge. This is a very ominous task, and they brought it forward, and I appreciate certainly everything they've done to this point. I'm here on behalf of our client, Activa Holdings, Inc., and numbered company 100068291 Ontario, Inc. And on behalf of our client, we made previous comments to city staff on April 16th of this year, and I'm happy to report that a lot of our comments have been satisfied. However, through our review of this next draft of the official plan, and I think I mentioned this at last week's meeting with respect to the Dundee North Secondary Plan, we do remain concerned with respect to the parkland dedication policies and the exclusion of trails within the calculation of parkland, and specifically policy in the official plan 7.160 bracket M, and it specifically excludes trails from the calculation of parkland dedication. And in my experience, this has traditionally always been included in the City of Kitchener as part of your parkland dedication. I would even say look at the definition of parks under your own municipal code, Chapter 270, which actually includes trails as part of the definition of parks. Staff will certainly say that because they've excluded trails because these are often used as active transportation. I'm not disputing that. Certainly they are often used as active transportation, but they're also used as recreation and part of the parks network. Staff will also say that it's not programmable space. That's where I would strongly disagree. Trails provide for multi-generational use. There's no barrier or bar to entry. Unlike a sports field, it provides recreation for everybody, unlike a specific age group for a playground or tot lot of those types of things. So people can walk, cycle, rollerblade, even sightsee in nature, do a nature observation. So as well as even fitness along the trail. So it is part of the recreational component. And it's a very important and integral part of your park system as noted in your own parks and spaces documentation. And I would quote in part of your document, it says, "Parks foster community well-being by promoting a healthy lifestyle, providing access to free or low-cost recreational amenities such as trails." So this is an important component, and I would suggest in the Dundee North community that is still before you to consider, there's 11 kilometers of proposed trails in that community, all of which are proposed on private lands. How does the city expect those trails to be built and expand your trail network in accordance with your cycling and trails master plan? That is really on the backs of the developers. And I would suggest that's always been through parkland dedication. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Next, we have Andrew Milne. Oh, say thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Andrew Milne. I'm speaking as a resident of the Civic Centre neighbourhood, and I believe that all neighbourhoods and all areas of Kitchener need to be developed and intensified intelligently and in concert with the environment and in concert with the city as it has existed in the past and how it now exists. My connection to downtown started in the 90s when I attended St. Mary's High School in its former location. I'm also an engineering professor of teaching at the University of Waterloo, interested in thermal fluids and design. I am not speaking as a professional engineer today, though I am registered as such in the province of Alberta. I think Kitchener 2051 plan has many good ideas and goals, weaning us off fossil fuels, including in heating, protection of green spaces, building walkable neighborhoods and inclusionary zoning, and an acknowledgement that necessary parts of a city, like heavy industry, auto-oriented commercial, and etc., can be difficult to balance with the above. Overall, I think it seems like a good balance of a livable city, one that is economically viable, and one that is environmentally achievable in the long term. Therefore, I think it is trying to meet the 3 pillars of sustainability. It also gives the city tools and makes clear in Section 12 what the terms will and may mean, and that when the city says they will do something, it does not mean that they will do it all the time. That said, how will the city plan for a 60-26-14 ratio of more dense townhome and single and semi-detached houses with the present policy 3.7 through 310? Consider the following. Most developments inside existing neighborhoods are going to be small, less than 2 hectares. Therefore, they would permit only 1 or 2 housing types to be built. This is touched on by 3.9. But if you are going to plan for a 60-26-14 ratio, do you not need to aim for this to occur in your larger developments, the ones which are over 2 hectares? Instead, in 310, you propose to exempt these developments by only requiring 30% of new homes to be something that is other than single or semi-detached. Please make this make sense. Please tell me how multiple large developments at 70% single and semi-detached add up to 14% across the city. Doing some quick math, if 50% of new developments are greater than 2 hectares and they build at 70% detached and semi-detached, at best, you might get a mix of new buildings at 30, 27.5, and 42.5, meaning 42.5% of new buildings would be detached and semi-detached new builds. This is assuming that you can somehow get all of these smaller builds to build on the ratio that you stated of 60, 25, and 14, or sorry, 16, 26, and 14. The only way I see this happening is if the intensification only occurs inside existing neighborhoods and occurs as many, many more apartments, not things like stacked townhomes and additional dwelling units which help meet the missing middle of housing. Given your target of 75% single bedrooms in these apartments, what we are going to have is a bunch of apartments that cannot support families in the inner city and a bunch of detached and semi-detached further out. Apartments are one of the most resource-intensive kinds of dwelling to make. Detached houses are also. Townhomes and stacked townhomes are the sweet spot in the middle. They minimize construction impact, they minimize heating and cooling impact, they minimize utility impact, they minimize transit impacts. They minimize the cost for these things as well, both for homeowners and for the city. I've spoken to city councillors and planners who have complained about the fact that their own neighborhoods in which they live do not have the population density to make public transit viable. As a result, their constituents cannot use public transit. This means that people who choose not to drive or cannot drive cannot live in those neighborhoods. This also means that these neighborhoods are unlikely to have the density necessary to support local businesses, let alone local businesses in walking distance. Separately, I am also concerned about the fact of the existing institutional lands and how they have not been listed as such in the planning document. God forbid that St. Mary's closes and that the work that they do through tiny home takeout ceases, but if they do, or if any of the other churches, schools, shelters downtown, or any of the existing buildings like the hospital, City Hall, regional buildings, KPL, DCC, Center in the Square, KWAG, Registry, St. Louis, Laurier School of Social Work, if they were to close, we'd be at risk of losing these institutions, their lands, and the services that they provide. So please align your policies much like to allow things like St. Peter's Evangelical Lutheran Church building housing rather than losing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegate? No? I don't see any questions, but thank you for your comments. Next, we have Scott Nevin. Thank you for coming in. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Scott Nevin. I'm a longtime Kitchener resident. I was here about 6 weeks ago, but I don't think all of you were. So I'll give you a little refresher. I was a municipal planner for 30 years in a local municipality. It was a municipality undergoing tremendous...
Can you just speak into the mic a bit more? Maybe can it be raised?
That was a municipality with significant intensification, and I supported that intensification. Having said that, I don't believe all intensification is good intensification, and that's what I want to speak to you about tonight. I do quibble with a few things in the official plan. I would like to say, though, that I led a team that brought a new official plan forward in a local municipality. I know the effort involved. Your planners have done a really good job to get to this point, and they should be commended for that. So I have concerns with respect to the 6-story height limit in neighborhoods and in Westmount West specifically. Which one am I collecting? The top? The right. Gotcha. This map is from your proposed official plan. The yellow areas are essentially low-rise residential areas, and they are areas in your current plan as low-rise residential with a 3-story height limit. Throughout the current official plan in those neighborhoods, you have language that talks about maintaining the residential neighborhoods, maintaining the character, and ensuring that development is compatible. That doesn't mean that they're hands-off and there's no change. There's in fact change allowed, but it's managed with the idea of maintaining those stable residential neighborhoods. That's throughout the existing plan. That language doesn't exist in the new plan. It's completely gone. There's a new vision, and the new vision is we're going to have a range of housing in all neighborhoods, from singles to apartments, from 1 story to 6 stories. And I think that's not necessary, and I think it's inappropriate. I think you can do what you want to do without going to 4, 5, or 6 story in the middle of low-rise neighborhoods. I had tried to take some pictures of existing 6-story buildings, and I wanted to inject them into some low-rise neighborhoods on the streetscape and show those to you. Quite frankly, it's impossible to do. Stand on the street and try and take a picture of a 6-story building, looking up, and make that picture work to insert into a streetscape. It doesn't work. The perspective is just wrong. So I turned to AI, the next best thing, and I'm certainly not an expert in AI. But these next 3 slides give you a little bit of a sense of 5- and 6-story buildings adjacent to 1- or 2-story buildings. And yeah, this one's a little unfair because there's no side yards provided from the building. So the next one I asked AI to give me 25 feet, and it did on one side and not on the other. But you get a sense of, wow, 6 stories is actually fairly tall in a low-rise neighborhood, particularly when your zoning today for a 6-story building is either 3 meters or 4.5 meters. So 10 to 15 feet is the side yard setback for a 6-story building. Put that beside a bungalow in Westmount or elsewhere in the city. There are clearly impacts. My main concern is the overlook and lack of privacy or loss of privacy. You heard from the developer of the Borden site 10 minutes ago. What did he say? They situated the towers to avoid overlook from one tower to the other. The developer gets it. That's what we're dealing with here, overlook and lack of privacy. The other thing is you take 2 or 4 lots in a neighborhood and put in a 6-story building, the activity goes up from 2 or 4 units to probably 50 units in a 6-story building. Activity level goes up, noise goes up, lighting goes up in the parking lot, wall packs on the building, deliveries to the building, outdoor garbage storage with smells. Those are all impacts. They're not shown in these pretty pictures, but you and I know that they exist from these kind of buildings. Here's an example of a 5-story building against a 2-story building on Aberdeen Road in Kitchener. Again, it's a nice looking building, some trees. We know one of the things we lose with intensification and redevelopment is the trees. They'll take a long time to look like that on one of these developments. I think you have options. I think you can look at putting those 6-story buildings on the periphery of neighborhoods, on the main streets where they have transit. Sorry, I'm just going to talk quickly about Westmount CHL. You've heard from a consultant that there's 2 CHLs, East and West. Well, the consultant you hired in 2014 said, you know what? It's all one neighborhood. It looks and feels like one neighborhood, similar attributes. Now we've got a line on Westmount. Your current consultant actually drew that line, but says the gradation actually starts on Avondale. It doesn't start at Westmount. So I think you've got a question there. The new plan talks a lot about how you're going to conserve cultural heritage landscapes if you know the attributes. You don't know the attributes in Westmount West because you haven't studied them. But it says things like, we're going to be concerned about the placement of dormers on buildings. Notwithstanding that, you can build a 6-story building in the CHL. Or we're concerned about keeping the addition behind the existing building, but it can be 6 stories. it seems a little odd to me. There's a disconnect there.
Can you just summarize your
Sure.
comments, please? Thank you.
Your staff report says that the heritage attributes haven't been studied, so they can't say that a 3-story limit is appropriate. I say you haven't studied the attributes, so how can you say that a 6-story limit is appropriate? I think you've got the option the staff laid out in 2.2.1a, and if that's not acceptable to you, then I would say adjust 7.11 to say until such time as a study has been completed for Westmount West and policies developed, the maximum height limit shall be 3 stories. Prevent the loss of the attributes until you've studied them. Thank you.
Okay, we do have a couple questions for you.
Great.
Councillor Deneau?
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Thank you, Mr. Nevin, for coming in tonight. You mentioned earlier you were a planner.
For 28 years, yeah.
And whereabouts were you a planner?
Next door, the city of Waterloo. I ended my career in 18 years there.
Okay, so how did Waterloo accommodate their growth?
Nodes and corridors, focusing the majority of the development to nodes and corridors. The interior of the neighborhoods we limited when I was there and still in effect to 3 stories with the opportunity for sites on the periphery of the neighborhoods to be considered for 4 stories.
Okay. And I asked this question of a delegation last time. So what I'm hearing is growth shouldn't occur in that area, in your neighborhood. Where should it go?
Yeah, I'm actually saying I don't think 6 stories is appropriate citywide in the low-rise neighborhoods. I'm not just saying in Westmount, very clearly. Where should it go? It should go on the periphery. Have a second look at those nodes and corridor opportunities. There are major streets in the city that aren't identified in the plan for intensification. I'd say look at those. There are opportunities.
Okay, and so then how would you, we want to have density equitable across the city. It can't just be located along the periphery. If we want to have density, it needs to be equitable across the city. But you don't believe that. You don't think it should be equitable across the city.
I guess I wonder what your definition of equitable is and why it has to be on every street in every low-rise neighborhood. Doesn't make sense. I've heard the argument that some parts of the city have seen development in the last 10 years and feel others should have it, so we should have it. And that's not a planning argument, clearly. That's a desire.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for your question. Councillor Johnston, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman, and thank you, Mr. Nevin, for coming in. You and I have had this conversation before, so what I would like to do is if I can ask staff to comment perhaps on the CHL for the west part of Westmount, and if we can maybe see when there could be a timeline for that, or if it's even in the scope right now. I think that would be an important thing for residents that are here tonight to know.
Councillor
Thank you.
Johnston, I think we'll go to questions to staff at the end because we've got a long list of delegations.
Okay, I was hoping that we could do that now as it relates to this one.
Well, I think it's going to all come up later, right? I prefer that you wait. Thanks.
We will have that answered for you later then. Thank you.
Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to clarify a little bit more to what Councillor Deneau was saying. I think, Mr. Nevin, you can help clarify his question regarding equity.
Mm-hmm.
You specify that, and as a planner, where development should be focused along nodes or collector arterial roadways, and is sufficient there, but not in residential neighborhoods or low-rise neighborhoods. So under Kitchener 2051, we're looking at a very fundamentally different way of city planning than what's done in many other cities or how we've done in the past, which is dispersing the density across the city, which allows for growth of all housing types happening across all neighborhoods. So that's the equity, I think, what Councillor Deneau was talking about. But you also made your argument regarding oversight and privacy. Now, before I get that, because I don't want us to be argumentative, I agree with you on the Westmount neighborhood. I think there are certain neighborhoods that are very distinct in character aspect of preservation. And that's why I think having all types of housing stock can erode the housing character because of the heritage component or just, obviously there's a historical context to certain neighborhoods across some parts of the city. But anywhere else, why is privacy not an issue along a node, but privacy absolutely should be paramount in a residential neighborhood where we want to provide a diverse range of housing stock
Sure.
and level of affordability?
That's a great point. One of the things that it allows you to do by focusing those higher buildings, 6 stories, 4, 5, 6 stories, on the edges of the neighborhood, is you reduce the amount of conflict. So now you go from, instead of having an apartment building within low-rise housing with neighbors on both sides and neighbors behind, to neighbors behind, where you have deeper rear yards to help manage that separation. Imagine, so a rear yard typically 6 or 7 meters. So from building to building now, you've got 12 to 15 meters, as opposed to side, you could have 4 meters. So you're reducing the number of times you have those side-to-side conflicts by putting them on the main roads. The other thing is your higher order transit, your better transit is on those main roads, better service for the higher population. And I get the idea of trying to integrate commercial into the neighborhoods. A lot of planners have tried to do that for quite some time. It's really tough. The easier place to locate it is on those major or more main streets where there's more density, there's more transit, there's more activity. So there's a few different pieces there.
If my time allows, and the reason why I'm really pushing this is, again, we're talking about the change in how we plan towards a city and seeing higher densities and higher heights, which we've never seen before. But the counter argument of what you're saying is also there's a segment of our population which may be being priced out of neighborhoods, or their lifestyle or age demographic is changing where it's not conducive, but they've established themselves to a neighborhood, friends and family, where they're being pushed out. And having a higher range of housing stock accommodates that very nature of inclusivity. So how do we accommodate that while preserving just a 3-story low-rise across the board and only focusing along the nodes? That's my last question. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd say, again, not just focusing on nodes, focusing on corridors. An example for me, because in my neighborhood is Glasgow. Are there portions of Glasgow that you would have higher heights than in the interior of the neighborhood and a greater range of uses? Sure. And I'm not arguing against the range of uses on the internal neighborhoods. If you can build a 3 or perhaps a 4-story apartment and manage the impacts and manage the separation, go for it. But 6 stories, look at some of the examples in the city today. King and Louisa, there's a 6-story building. Look at the impacts on the neighbors across the lane. Look at the lack of privacy in their yards. There are real impacts with these buildings, and you really can't, unless you have huge setbacks, which you'll never have in an urban context, you can't manage that.
Okay, those are all the questions. Thank you very much for your responses. Next, we have Martha Stoke and Todd O'Donnell. And you're doing a joint presentation. You'll have 10 minutes.
As proud residents of the Auditorium neighborhood, the home neighborhood of the 2026 Memorial Cup champions, the Kitchener Rangers, we not only take great pride in our team, but also in our community and the future of Kitchener. Tonight, we have 6 neighbors present who spearheaded this presentation: Todd and Tara O'Donnell, Heather Mackay, Louise Jessup, Warren Stoke, and myself, Martha Stoke. Together, we have a total of 239 lived years in our neighborhood. We are also representing the voices of over 200 neighbors who have signed our petition and support our concerns that we will highlight in our presentation tonight. Many of you may also have received numerous letters from our concerned neighbors regarding these issues. All our families have invested in this community by raising our children here, operating businesses, volunteering locally, and contributing to the growth and success of our city. We are deeply invested in Kitchener's future and continued success. And at the same time, we are also supporters of thoughtful and planned city growth.
Thank you, Martha. Yeah, we support growth. Our neighborhood supports Kitchener's vision for growth, and we're excited about Kitchener's future in our neighborhood. You know, we support transit-oriented development that builds a complete and connected community. We do recognize, though, the need for more diverse and attainable housing options in the city. We believe every neighborhood should contribute to this growth and share responsibility. Our neighborhood supports a variety of housing forms today, shown by the examples on this slide. Types of existing housing options in our neighborhood today include duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, garden suites, and low-rise apartments. Our concern tonight is not about whether growth should occur, but rather where and how that growth is planned.
Our neighborhood is composed of 2 designated cultural heritage landscapes. Most homes in this historic area date back nearly 100 years. These streets contribute significantly to Kitchener's identity, character, walkability, and quality of life. Historic neighborhoods, such as ours, are long-term cultural assets. Once lost, they cannot be recreated. We believe growth and heritage preservation can coexist through thoughtful and balanced planning.
We believe the current proposed Kitchener 2051 mapping creates a bit of a misalignment between the city's heritage objectives and its transit-oriented growth framework. The current proposal extends a strategic growth area designation deep into the interior of our heritage neighborhood, thus dividing it in half. At the same time, it does not align with the official plan's Map 4, projected major transit station areas, which we have shown here on this slide that clearly indicates it stops at Weber Street. We believe higher density built forms of 6 to 8 stories are more appropriate along major arterial roads such as Weber Street and Ottawa Street, part of the neighborhood, where transit access and existing infrastructure are better positioned to support that scale of development. The road infrastructure in our neighborhood is already strained and could not support density at this level proposed. Requested amendments. We are respectfully requesting several targeted amendments to better align with the city's transit, heritage, and neighborhood planning objectives. These amendments align with Proposal 2.2.2a in the staff memo dated May 21st, 2026. We do have some concerns regarding the language and criteria changes on page 26 of this staff memo. This has been included. I think everybody might have a copy. The insertion of the word generally within 800 meters of the with the language of the official plan 2051, which does not add generally to the criteria. Based on the original criteria, our requested amendments are below. Number 1 is revised Map 2 city structure, amended designation for the area between Weber Street and Lydia Street from strategic growth area to neighborhood growth area. 2, update Map 3 land use, amend the applicable land use designation from mixed use area A to a neighborhood designation for the interior heritage neighborhood area between Weber and Lydia Street. Chapter 11, neighborhood designation. Maintain a maximum building height of 3 stories within the interior portions of the cultural heritage landscapes of the auditorium neighborhood, while directing higher density buildings toward major arterial roads and transit corridors, which are only 2 blocks away from the interior of the neighborhood. And finally, heritage compatibility. Incorporate additional policy language requiring that intensification within the cultural heritage landscapes be compatible with the existing auditorium neighborhood.
This is not a question of growth versus no growth. It is a question of compatible growth. Growth and heritage preservation are not mutually exclusive. They can and should coexist. Thank you for considering our request. Now, do you have any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. There's a question from Mayor Ravanovic.
Thanks very much, Chair Chapman, and Ms. Stout, Mr. O'Donnell, thank you so much for coming in with your team that have been working on this. Clearly a lot of good work has gone into making your arguments. I know Councillor Stretch has communicated with you folks and has been working diligently. We've had some conversations. I know she's been working with staff. The motion that she's brought forward, does it address the concerns that you've raised this evening? It does. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Just wanted to confirm that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that question. Next, we have Greg Shepard and Julia Kasowski. Sorry. And you have 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mayor, and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. We wish to take a moment to thank the City of Kitchener planning staff and the members of Council. Thank you for listening to us over the past few months regarding the concerns of our Westmount 2051 group, a resident-led initiative focused on improving the draft Kitchener 2051 official plan to protect Westmount's historic character. You'll recall in our presentation in April, where we explained how the draft of the Kitchener 2051 proposed plan was going to split Westmount into two areas with different land use designations and further inconsistency of two different cultural heritage landscapes, where one of the cultural heritage landscape areas straddled two different land use designations. You've also heard from approximately 130 neighbors from the Westmount community. We're very appreciative of staff of being open to discussing our neighborhood's cultural heritage, unique history. We are also very pleased with the inclusion of option 2.2.1A in the staff report, which addresses our concerns, and we hope you will support this option as moved by Councillor Johnston. Today we want to speak to you briefly about the future of the Westmount neighborhood. Westmount was intentionally created both by urban planning and through decades of reinforcing bylaws as an established low-rise neighborhood. A community that serves like a public park and it's enjoyed by many due to the calming green streetscapes. Over more than 100 years, it has developed into a stable, high-quality residential area with unique identity, and that identity matters. Because Westmount does something important for this city that's not easily measured in planning models. It attracts people who build this community. Westmount has consistently attracted business owners, entrepreneurs, and professionals who contribute meaningfully to Kitchener's economy and social fabric. These are individuals who create jobs, lead organizations, and in many cases provide essential services such as healthcare to our residents. And we are seeing this continue today. It attracts entrepreneurs. In fact, in this room this evening, we've got an entrepreneur who lives on my street who contributes to creating jobs. His company employs almost 200 people, and he's not the only entrepreneur in our neighborhood that creates jobs for Kitchener residents. Westmount also attracts professionals, like physicians relocating to work in our hospitals. Another current example is a young man who purchased the home next door to me in November. He's an emergency room physician at Toronto General Hospital, and he's specifically choosing to move to Kitchener-Waterloo, and he chose to live in Kitchener in the Westmount neighborhood because of the attractiveness of that neighborhood and also the proximity to where he's going to work.
And we want to be clear. We recognize that our city faces a real housing challenge. We do need to grow, we do need to intensify, and we do need to find ways to accommodate more residents. We do see Westmount as contributing to intensification through multi-unit dwellings up to 3 stories and through additional dwelling units. This is where homeowners add secondary suites or nanny suites, also called in-law suites, to their homes. This approach will maintain appropriate built form for the neighborhood while also allowing intensification. And this is going to occur in parallel with the expected significant vertical intensification that's going to be occurring along the commercial area of Belmont Ave, to which Westmount is immediately adjacent. Growth is essential, but growth must be balanced. Because cities don't succeed simply by adding more units, they succeed by attracting and retaining people who contribute to their long-term vitality. The current draft official plan risks overlooking that balance, and it could fundamentally and irreversibly change the character of the Westmount neighborhood in ways that reduces its cultural heritage and ability to draw professionals, entrepreneurs, and community leaders to live in Kitchener. And if that happens, the impact will extend far beyond the Westmount neighborhood. It could mean fewer jobs across the city. It could mean fewer highly skilled professionals choosing Kitchener, and it could mean fewer healthcare providers serving our residents.
The staff report relies on modeling by consultants to assess outcomes, including projections of housing and job impacts. For example, the model used by the staff in applying a 3-story height limitation to Westmount is estimated to result in fewer planned homes and fewer projected jobs by 2051. But thankfully, the impact is minor. A calculation shows that the 3-story height limit in Westmount is predicted to result in only a 0.2% reduction in new residents by 2051. We would also add that these statistics respectfully suggest that the analysis is incomplete because it measures what is easy to count, units and projected jobs tied to development. It does not measure what is harder to quantify, like the economic contribution of people who choose to live in Kitchener because of what Westmount is. Planning decisions should not rely on technical modeling. They require human judgment and an understanding of how communities actually function. The risk is that we optimize the measurable while losing what truly matters.
And we want to emphasize that this is not about resisting change for personal benefit. The reality is that intensification is going to be gradual, and many current residents, even ourselves, may not see its full impact. This is about the long term. It's about ensuring that in 2051, Westmount continues to maintain its unique cultural heritage and serve its unique and valuable role within our city. So what is being asked? We respectfully ask for your support in adopting option 2.2.1A in the staff report, because Westmount is more than just a collection of houses, it's part of the economic and social infrastructure of the city. So please support option 2.2.1A in the staff report. Thank you kindly for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you. Next, we have Dave Aston from MHBC Planning. And it says here that you've got 10 minutes because you're representing 3 separate properties.
Actually, I'm going to deal with 4 properties, but I'll still try and stick within that time limit. And the properties are, if this will go back, yeah. Okay, there's 4 properties. There's 526 Lancaster Street West. There's various properties on Hesh Crescent and Shirley Avenue. There is 809 Wellington Street, which is Christie Digital. And then there's a property in Brigadoon at Strasburg Road and Robert Ferry Drive. And many of these I spoke to at the last meeting, and I just want to also acknowledge, as many have, the efforts of staff in bringing forward tonight Kitchener 2051, which is a huge effort in itself. But I also know there was a lot of effort put into follow-up and dialogue with those who made comments, and that is very much appreciated from our perspective to staff. So 526 Lancaster Street West, the request was to extend the commercial first designation to include the entire site. The site currently is split designated. At the front and at the corner is the Tim Hortons building, and then if you've been there, it's really in the back parking area. The rationale for this, and if I may pause for a second, I don't think this is the right presentation.
Should we go on to the next delegation and, or did you find it?
There we go.
Okay, thanks.
That's it. I knew it was because I knew I had my Go Kitchener Rangers on the introduction slide. Okay, my apologies. Thank you very much. So 526 Lancaster Street. There's a number of points of rationale and justification. The lands in totality are directly adjacent to other commercial first lands, which have existing commercial and residential uses in the area. If you look at the property, the request would reflect all of the other properties to the north, where the entirety of the parcels are designated commercial first. The site itself really is constrained to one access point. It functions as a site, and so to extend the uses across the entire site are proposed. Ultimately, the objective is to look at a site that has an opportunity for a mixed-use component that could include the existing commercial and perhaps a mixed-use building with commercial on the ground floor and residential above. The next sites relate to Hesh Street and Shirley Avenue. There's various vacant properties along the frontage of Shirley Avenue and within Hesh Crescent. You recall I spoke at the last meeting with regard to the proposed designation of general industrial versus the planned designation now in the official plan as business park. We want to acknowledge the staff alternative recommendation to maintain the existing uses on these lands, which essentially would maintain the business park land use designations, and would request that that recommendation, or not recommendation, but that option be considered by council. We believe that that option still does provide the appropriate level of protection for those uses within that area from any other type of conversion to use other than employment. The official plan does still contain strong policy with regard to protection and maintaining employment areas, and the recognition of these lands with the existing uses would only continue to support investment opportunity and flexibility for development of those vacant lands within this area. So our request is that council move forward with option 21A, as it provides the greatest flexibility to attract employment and investment in the land and maintain that planned function of the area for the future. The other is Christie Digital, and at the last meeting, you'll recall we were in discussions with city staff with regard to Christie Digital. The official plan at this point hasn't made any changes, and what the request is here is to reestablish a special policy area that was included on the Christie Digital lands as part of your current official plan. That current special policy area allows standalone office uses, which we wish to see continue on the site, as that is a use on the site. We're also requesting that the special policy area protect the rights of some of the uses that are currently permitted in the business park designation. So reestablish the special policy area, put the permitted uses back on, some of them that are existing now, such as scientific research and development, and others which are opportunities on the site and uses that would complement or be ancillary to the existing uses. Construction uses, repair operations, other ancillary and complementary uses, and automotive-related uses are uses that are currently permitted on the lands, and we see as uses that are still a good opportunity for the location of the lands relative to the Wellington Street presence and connection with the interchange. The last was a request for part of the Brigadoon community, lands owned by Hallman Construction Limited and Sunvest Reed Developments. These lands are at Strasburg Road and Robert Ferry Drive. Right now, the Strasburg Road ends at where these lands are located. In a review of the official plan, staff have added a new policy framework for consideration to establish strategic growth areas. This provides good direction for consideration of this area as what has been referred to tonight maybe already as a node, the city would call a strategic growth area. So there's no objection to that approach, and we support adding that policy framework into the official plan, as details of these lands and analysis would occur as part of future planning application. This does represent an example where you could locate that additional height and density. It is located at 2 major collector roads with access to recreational facilities and future trails and parks. So those are all part of the criteria that staff have identified in the official plan. And so we'll be working with staff in the future, looking at implementation of those policies on these lands. And that is all I have for you this evening, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. There are a couple of questions. Councillor Davey?
Yes, thank you. I think I'm going to take a minute with this delegate, if you don't mind, Madam Chair. If I could ask the clerk to bring up some amendments that I've forwarded. I'm just going to ask you, Mr. Aston, just to, I want to get as much of this work behind us as we can in advance of the end of the month. So. I'll preface by saying I think I've come most of the way, at least in terms of retaining existing permissions. So we'll go in order here. So 526 Lancaster. I know that you wanted the property owner wanted residential for the entire property, but what this does is it retains the existing permission for residential on the front, but does extend the commercial first to the entire property. So just any comments on that, other than, of course, that you would prefer it to be residential for the whole thing. Does this look, sorry, can you see it on your screen in front of you?
Yes,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
I can, thank you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to run through them really quickly if I could.
So on option 1, through the chair, that generally our request was to extend commercial first on the entirety of the parcel. And as I mentioned this evening, the intent was to potentially look at residential in the unbuilt portion of the property that Tim Hortons likely will remain. So our request would be that residential be permitted on the extended commercial first portion. I think what we could potentially look at, if it's concern of standalone residential, is making sure that that's in a mixed-use building, so there's a commercial component with a residential component as even an alternative.
Okay, but to be clear, the residential is only on the front portion right now. The rear portion does not support residential at all with the current.
Through the chair, yes, that's my understanding as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave it like this for now. We'll move on to the next one. This is the Christie Digital property. I believe this one addresses Christie's concerns in terms of current uses.
Through the chair, yes, that would cover off what Christie Digital would be looking to maintain the existing permissions on site and existing uses.
Okay, and sorry, forgive me, I'm mixing up my properties here, but 525 Binghamton, 355 Shirley, that's not you, correct?
No, that is not me.
And 6 Shirley is not you as well?
No, that.
Okay, so please move on down then to, oh, actually, that would be, yeah, the final one is the Hesh property.
Through chair, from what I can see here, this is making the change to allow for those additional uses and to the general industrial land use designation. So,
my understanding is retaining all existing uses, but also adding general industrial.
yes, so in that regard, that we would have no concerns with that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oops, thank you. Those are all the questions for now.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have Heather Price from GSP Group and Grace O'Brien. Davies Howe is also here virtually. And you have 5 minutes for your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, councillors, Mr. Mayor, and staff. I'm pleased to be here this evening. My name is Heather Price. I'm with GSP Group and representing Schlegel Urban Developments this evening with respect to the draft new official plan. I am joined virtually by Grace O'Brien, and I will turn the floor over to her within our 5 minutes, and we will do our best to stay within that. But before I do, I want to acknowledge the colossal efforts of staff to get the recommendations before you this evening. The undertaking of a new official plan is no small feat, and the amount of engagement is truly unprecedented. I have delegated on this matter before at the previous meeting, and I'm pleased to report that some of the issues that we flagged have been addressed in this revised version. However, we're here again tonight because there are a few matters that are still outstanding that are of concern, and that's what you will hear Ms. O'Brien address in her submission. Is she online?
Thank you, Ms. Price and committee members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Maybe a bit louder.
Okay, I'll try my best. But so as you can see, and as I'm sure you know from Ms. Price's delegations, our client owns a lot of properties in the city of Kitchener, and they've been actively involved in the official plan review process. And it seems pretty consistent with what I've heard this evening, that these discussions with staff have been very productive. And especially with our client, they've resulted in a lot of modifications to the official plan that have benefited both the city and the landowners. But there are still quite a few outstanding issues with the proposed official plan as drafted. And we think that just additional time and dialogue with the city may be able to resolve a lot of these concerns. So we're here today to request that the committee direct staff to engage in further discussions with landowners before recommending that the new official plan be adopted. So our firm submitted written comments, which you should now have, and these comments set out various concerns of our clients in quite a bit of detail. So I direct you to those for some light reading. But our main concerns relate to the mixed-use policies, including many site-specific concerns, which I'll try to go through now, the complete application and pre-submission consultation requirements for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments when none in these cases are actually required, and some overly prescriptive environmental and urban design policies, which tend to be outside of this jurisdiction of the city and in some cases contrary to provincial direction. So at a general level, these particular policies are overly prescriptive and can make development in many areas unfeasible. But at a more site-specific level, many of the mixed-use policies proposed will have measurable impacts on our clients' lands. So I'll focus on 3 of these site-specific policies. And the first one relates to the permitted uses within the Williamsburg Town Center, the restrictive food store policies, and then last, the reduction in height permissions for the land south of Wollaston Way and 270 Cotton Grass Street. So as you can see up here, you see the Williamsburg Town Center, and as I'm sure you all know, this is a budding node that serves the neighborhood and visitors well. And this area has many pedestrian-friendly uses, such as City Pizza and Marble Slab Creamery, which I'm told is delicious. But it also has existing drive-through locations, auto repair shops, and a gas station, and all of these uses coexist together. But the proposed designation does not permit these uses as of right. And if you see on slide 4, the proposed policy 11.48 permits existing drive-through facilities and other uses. But it's unclear whether these uses will be permitted as part of a new higher density mixed-use redevelopment. So as a result of that, we request that these existing uses be permitted as of right on the lands, whether or not they're standalone in their current standalone form or integrated in a higher density development. And our next concern relates to the overly prescriptive food store policies. So if you look at policy 11.45, it requires the replacement of existing food stores when a food store is proposed to be demolished as a result of the development, and that a food store be maintained during the redevelopment. So this is simply just not practical. Not only does it attempt to regulate the tenants of a future mixed-use development, being grocery store tenants, and that's outside of the city's jurisdiction, but it also requires the developer to maintain a grocery store while construction of a mid to high-rise building is occurring right next door. So not only would that not result in a good grocery store shopping experience, but it would also increase the cost of construction substantially. And then just quickly, I'll go over the two properties that are currently designated mixed-use A instead of mixed-use B. So the mixed-use A designation only permits a maximum height of 8 stories, whereas both sites are currently zoned for more height. So designating these sites as mixed-use A may result in a future downzoning and is not consistent with the designations of the surrounding properties, which are mixed-use B. So these designations of those sites should also be mixed-use B, which permits maximum building height of 28 stories. And transition to the adjacent buildings can be provided for using other methods of built form. So we don't think that's an issue there.
Can you just summarize your points, please? Hello?
Yeah, so I think that those three concerns highlight that there are still some unresolved comments of Schlagels with the official plan, and we think that further discussions with landowners could resolve a lot of these concerns. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. I just wanted to clarify with the written submission that was here, that's been in front of us. I see that, Ms. O'Brien, your firm has put forward a recommendation, and then I see GSP, Ms. Price, there's two documents here with recommendations. So which one are you looking for? Is it the one from Ms. O'Brien first? Because the ones from GSP are a little more direct.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. The recommendations from GSP Group identify the specific requests that we would be seeking. I think in general, the submission from Davies Howe is seeking additional time to work through some of these matters in hopes that we could find a resolution outside of asking council to sort of override staff.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I'm going to prepare to move that amendment in a later date, but I'm going to forward it to the clerks because I got other amendments as well.
Thank you. That's fine. Councillor Singh, you had a question?
Yeah, Councillor Ioannidis beat me to it. To the advocacy that you're pointing out, you also said you need time to be able to work out some of this with staff. If the recommendation that the way you drafted, if this were to be adopted, are you still able to proceed with your consultation with staff, or is this the entirety of what you're looking for?
Through you, Madam Chair, we're happy to continue to engage with staff. What we have tabled is what we think would be needed to address the concerns, but certainly open to further dialogue if there's some tweaking or massaging of that staff would like to explore.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the questions. Thank you for coming in. Next, we have Samuel Martinello. And you have 5 minutes.
Sam Martinello, and I'm a resident of the Auditorium neighborhood. Through this presentation, I'm asking for your support of option 2.2.2A, Auditorium as one land use with a 3-story height limit in the plan, applying the neighborhood growth area city structure element and neighborhood's land use designation to the entirety of the Auditorium neighborhood that is outside the protected major transit station areas. In the following slides, the maps on the left are those linked in the staff report presented to this committee on April 20th of this year, and I have created the maps shown to the right using the data provided in these maps. Per this report, as well as in the official plan, strategic growth areas across the city are all within 800 meters from an ion station, within 400 meters of the Ottawa Street Regional Intensification Corridor, or within 400 meters of the Grand River Transit Frequent Transit Network. Additionally, areas must also meet two of the following four criteria: 400 meters from the City Spine Cycling Network, 400 meters from community shopping centers, neighborhood plazas, and strip plazas greater than 25,000 square feet, 400 meters from a food store greater than 5,000 square feet, or 800 meters from an urban center. Shown in pink on the right is the area designated as a strategic growth area, specifically Mixed Use A, within the Auditorium neighborhood. Shown in blue is the area within 800 meters of the Borden and Kitchener Market ion stations, as well as within 400 meters of the Ottawa Street Regional Intensification Corridor. Despite inconsistencies at the boundaries, this largely matches the area designated Mixed Use A. Shown in blue on the right is the area within 400 meters of both the City Spine and Downtown Grid cycling network components. Shown in red on the right is the area within 400 meters of the nearest edge of the nearest shopping centers, neighborhood plazas, and strip plazas greater than 25,000 square feet. Shown in green on the right is the area within 400 meters of the nearest food stores greater than 5,000 square feet, and no designated urban centers are within 800 meters of the Auditorium neighborhood. All four of these aforementioned additional criteria are overlaid on this map. The areas marked in yellow are the only areas satisfying at least two of the requisite additional criteria that are within the area proposed to be designated Mixed Use A. The area in yellow to the west is additionally already contained within the Kitchener Market Protected Major Transit Station area. Therefore, the remaining area in pink does not meet the requisite number of criteria and should not be designated as Mixed Use A. Given this result, option 2.2.2A, auditorium as one land use with a 3-story height limit in the plan, is exactly satisfied. Unfortunately, as of 10 days ago, and what was shown to this committee for the first time this evening, the Development Services Department has made a significant and arbitrary change to the aforementioned criteria. This change will remove the requirement for the additional criteria previously mentioned in order to be designated a strategic growth area, specifically for lands within 800 meters of an ion station. This change was made 10 days after I first informed the Development Services Department of the previously mentioned issues during a meeting with the Auditorium Neighborhood Association, and 6 days after sending them a hard copy of my findings at their request with no response given. This is a significant departure from the requirements outlined in both the first and second draft official plans, as well as what was previously presented to this committee and residents. This feels like a shifting of goalposts to produce a predetermined outcome, where previously the outcomes did not meet the criteria. Now the criteria has changed to meet the outcomes. As such, I ask you to reject the Development Services Department's proposal and support option 2.2.2A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you for coming in. The next delegate is Kevin Muir from Zaire Group. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. Kevin Muir with Zaire Group. I'm delegating tonight on 2 properties that Zaire Group owns, 1373 Victoria Street North and 1381 Victoria Street North. These are 2 abutting properties on the south side of Victoria, essentially between Natchez and Lackner. Zaire Group has owned these properties for the better part of 40 plus years, since the 1980s. Currently, there's 17 businesses on the property. a range of different commercial uses, retail, personal service, office, large furniture stores, those types of things. And over the course of those 40-plus years, Zara Group has invested in the tune of $10+ million into investments on this property. Our concern, we'd submitted comments in turn the first and this obviously final draft for adoption. The concern is that currently in the official plan, these properties are both designated commercial. Commercial designation in the current plan has a broad range of commercial uses, the things that are currently on the property. What's being proposed in the new official plan is ultimately what could be seen as a down zoning once the implementing zoning comes in, is being designated in the new official plan as auto-oriented commercial, which strips away a lot of the permitted uses from the property. We did a quick scan. Obviously, we don't have the benefit of the implementing zoning at this time. We did a quick scan, and probably 11 of the 17 uses currently on the property may not be permitted under the policy currently. So we had submitted comments on this on a site-specific basis as part of the first draft. The second draft, staff put a pin in it for further conversation. We had that conversation at the end of April. There were some additional uses, a few. A restaurant was the main one that was added to the policy. Our concern is still valid, I think, in the sense that we have a property that has 5 to 10 year leases. When those leases come up for renewal, we could be in a bind with this policy and implementing zoning. This is 3 commercial buildings on the plaza, 76,000 square feet, fully tenanted, and they are a commercial plaza format with those types of uses. So they're not set up for the uses that are on the north side of Victoria, which is the space extensive, the flooring, the tile, the gas stations, those types of things. So all we're requesting as part of council's consideration is essentially maintaining what's currently permitted by policy on the site. And so our request in the first draft was a change for these 2 properties to commercial first. That's the designation we think that best aligns with what is currently permitted on the property. There are commercial first designations we note on the south side of Victoria. For some of the commercial plazas have this designation, so it's not an auto-oriented commercial for the entire corridor. Some have been selected, and mostly commercial plazas, so we fit into that category, so that is our request for a commercial first.
Okay, thank you. We have a question. Councillor Vanovic?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks, Mr. Muir, for coming in. So just to be clear, what kind of things aren't potentially going to be included?
The current, just running off the top of my head, the current property has furniture stores, large store furniture stores, which would, in our mind, be permitted. So Pickles, Home Exterior, Home International Interior, those types of things that require a lot of space, those would be fine. We have some commercial entertainment would be fine. We have some commercial education, catering to kids, that type of thing. My understanding is they would not be, per the policy, would be permitted. Small-scale retail, the things that fill in the blanks, essentially, in commercial plazas would not be permitted in the policy, as I understand it. Personal service uses, some massage and the health side of things. We have a few in the properties right now. Those would not be permitted. So I think it's largely, on a commercial corridor, it's a lot of these uses that fill in the blanks of the big uses, I think, is which is being omitted from the auto-oriented commercial. And essentially, the current plan has the entire corridor as commercial, so it's entirely flexible in terms of whether it's the small-scale retail or the space-extensive stuff. In the new official plan, what's proposed is essentially a distinction, and so properties have been selected into one of the 2 categories. On the north side, I fully understand the auto-oriented commercial, given it's next to the rail line, backs onto an industrial area. On the south side, it's got a different interface. It's a residential area, and there are properties along the south side that have been identified and designated for commercial first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Muir, for your presentation. Sorry, can you just remind me of the property addresses again? I think it was 1370.
It's 1373 and 1381, so these are abutting properties.
1381, okay. This isn't something we're going to resolve today, but if you could follow up with me in advance of the final council meeting. I'd appreciate that, okay? Thank you.
And those are all the questions. Thank you much. Thank you very much for coming in. Next, we have Hal Yeager. And you have 5 minutes.
Greetings, Council. My name is Hal Yeager, and I'm here to ask that densification and the mix of housing type is pursued in new large developments and particularly in greenfields. Let's start with Policy 310 in the context of the policies that give it meaning. Policy 310 exempts sites of 2 hectares or more from the requirements of Policy 37. For clarity, we are talking about development on sites at least double the size of City Hall, or 20,000 square meters, about 5 acres. Such large sites are typical in greenfield development. Policy 37 ensures that we develop sufficiently densely as we move forward. It ensures that there are a variety of build forms to suit a variety of needs and budgets. But Policy 310 means that the largest sites do not have to offer a full range of housing choices. We can see the impact graphically. Under Policy 37, 60% of the housing is composed of units in multi-residential complexes. But under Policy 310, there need not be any multi-residential complexes. As I shared in my written submission, the housing mix permitted under Policy 310 could deliver densities of about 39 residents per hectare. Such low-density urban sprawl consumes more agricultural lands, threatens our moraine, compromising our water supply, consumes more energy and transportation, and does not support public transit, and exceeds the initial and ongoing servicing costs. I suppose we might be reassured by Policy 238. It states that greenfield lands will achieve a density of 76 residents and jobs per hectare, which approaches the needs that needed to support transit. Unfortunately, Policy 239 clarifies that densities are to be calculated very differently in greenfields. Much of the land in municipalities is devoted to roadways, stormwater areas, and green space. If we calculate density based on people per hectare of land, as opposed to simply people per hectare of residentially designated land, the overall density drops by about 50%. The commitment to plan for 76 residents and jobs per hectare could thus translate to only 38 residents and jobs per real-life hectare. The costs of a kilometer of roadway, piping, and so forth are not reduced because some lands are excluded from the calculations. Consequently, our reassurance evaporates, and we are left with the prospect of development that does not cover its own costs and existing residents subsidizing greenfield development. Policy 310 and 239 would conflict with aspects of the official plan's purpose, values, and envisioned shared future, which call for, there it is, inclusion and housing that is diverse, affordable, and attainable, transit-supportive communities, complete neighborhoods, including a full array of local services, stores, and amenities, responsible growth that uses infrastructure and servicing efficiently, and equitability. A key piece is equitability. If we allocate our tax dollars on a per capita basis, we fail to deliver equal access to amenities and services or level of service to those in low-density areas. If we ensure that all areas receive the same level of amenity and service, regardless of density, then we inequitably tax some areas to subsidize others. Furthermore, why is it fair that as soon as we create a new low-density community, we then turn around and place more taller buildings into established neighborhoods to meet our intensification target, particularly when we simultaneously reduce the parkland allocation and green space available per person in the established neighborhoods. If density and a mix of housing types is good policy, then it has to be good policy everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions at this time. Thanks for coming in. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Is Melissa Bowman, and you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Melissa Bowman, and I'm here on behalf of Waterloo Region Yes in My Backyard. We are optimistic about the City of Kitchener's draft official plan. While we think the plan could go further still, we believe this plan gives Kitchener its strongest opportunity yet to meet the growing housing needs of our community. It takes meaningful steps towards allowing more homes, both in specific areas and across the city, and we hope it leads to a much greater variety of housing options for everyone. This draft official plan can help Kitchener's housing supply meet demand and to make our city more affordable and more welcoming. It's a clear attempt to align our policies with a shared vision of Kitchener as caring, connected, sustainable, and affordable. For too long, cities across Ontario have spoken about affordability while essentially restricting it through zoning, parking requirements, and lengthy approvals. This plan takes a different approach. It recognizes that if we want more affordable housing, we must actually allow it, not in just a few select areas like downtown, but in every neighborhood across the city, and I strongly support that direction. Allowing more housing is essential for economic, environmental, and social justice reasons. When demand far outstrips supply, prices rise. We all know people who have been priced out because there simply weren't enough options. Increasing supply helps ease that pressure. Low-density development reinforces car dependence. Focusing growth in existing neighborhoods, especially near transit, makes better use of infrastructure, reduces emissions, and supports walkable, complete communities, offering residents real choices about how to move throughout our community. Additionally, single detached homes are often the most expensive option, so offering a range of housing types in all neighborhoods expands access and opportunity. People should be able to move to opportunity and remain in the communities they love. It's also important that we allow more housing within neighborhoods, not only on nodes and corridors. Limiting density to busy streets exposes residents to more noise and pollution, and it simply won't produce enough homes to address our shortage. Restricting multi-residential housing to a few areas also reinforces exclusionary patterns and unequal distribution of housing types. I also urge caution around expanding cultural heritage landscapes. Every neighborhood is unique, and that uniqueness should be celebrated. But using heritage as a blanket reason to limit housing excludes people rather than welcoming them. That is not how we honor the character of a neighborhood. Some have argued that because immigration has recently slowed, we no longer need to plan for as much housing. But the official plan is a long-term document. Immigration levels change, and planning for less housing than we may need is far riskier than planning for more, as it exacerbates the housing crisis. And it's important to acknowledge that immigration was reduced largely because we failed to build enough housing, not the other way around. Of course, enabling more housing does not guarantee affordability on its own. It is a necessary step, but not a complete solution. As this plan is implemented, Council will need to continue strengthening affordability tools so that growth benefits residents across all income levels. Seeing your beloved neighborhood grow up can feel unsettling perhaps, but this plan reinforces an important principle. If we want a city where everyone is welcome, then every neighborhood must share in accommodating growth. By allowing all types of housing in all neighborhoods, we ensure that each of us is welcome in every neighborhood. I therefore don't support any amendments that excludes neighborhoods from this plan. We need to stop viewing density simply as housing units, but rather as homes for people. As a personal aside, the building I now live in was opposed by a petition of over 400 signatures. Fortunately, the council at that time had the foresight to see the benefits that come with building up and not out, and they each voted in support of these homes. I believe this plan moves Kitchener in the right direction. It lays a strong foundation for a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient city. It aligns our values with our policies in a way that many cities are still struggling to achieve. I encourage Council to adopt it and to continue building on it so that the vision of a caring city becomes real and tangible for all residents. And just a couple quick comments from tonight. I heard some gasps in reaction to the height of the proposed development earlier this evening, and I can totally understand that reaction, but I hope everyone who doesn't want to see more of those types of projects support density in all neighborhoods. When we lock out more housing from some neighborhoods, then a few must handle the rest on their own. I'm glad that we have neighborhoods that attract professionals and entrepreneurs. I want all neighborhoods to also attract healthcare workers, ECEs like me, grocery workers, and more. And my neighborhood is not a burden because of more housing. It's better with more people, more transit, more amenities, more events, and more fun. And I'd like that for all neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, Melissa, and for your comments. I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you. Next, we have Dave Galbraith from Up Consulting Limited, and you have 10 minutes.
Good evening again. My name is Dave Galbraith with Up Consulting. I've got two kind of back-to-back delegations, one with regards to 585 Bridgeport Street East and 514 Lancaster, and then another following that with regards to a consolidation along Mill Street. So I'm here on behalf of 5 developments this evening with regards to their holdings at 585 Bridgeport Road East and 514 Lancaster Street West, which is at the southeast corner of Bridgeport and Lancaster, and directly across the street from 526 Bridgeport, which Mr. Aston spoke to earlier this evening. My client has met previously with the city for a pre-consultation meeting to discuss the high-density mixed-use redevelopment of the site, and we expect an application to be submitted in short order. Collectively, the lands are approximately 1 hectare in size with 29 meters of frontage onto Lancaster and 120 meters onto Bridgeport. The lands currently contain a detached dwelling as well as a auto body repair shop on the 585 Bridgeport portion of the site. The site is surrounded by a diverse mix of uses, including residential, commercial, institutional employment uses, with the employment lands to the east of the site. This plan here shows the context of the property. You can see the expressway and the interchange just to the south of the site. Surrounding the property are municipally owned lands that are currently wooded that extend from Lancaster over to Bridgeport behind the site to the east there. This area has seen considerable change over the past number of years, including the development at 544 Bridgeport Road, which was approved up to 34 stories. Our client was also involved in the approvals and construction stage of 528 Lancaster Street West, which contains an 8-story apartment building. The corridor is evolving, and I guess I'll coin a new phrase here, that it's become kind of a naturally occurring strategic growth area over the past number of years. As part of the proposed official plan, the site in the broader area is proposed as a neighborhood growth area, and then the site itself, with my picture kind of overlapping with the outline there, is proposed to have split designations, very similar, again, to the property just to the north of the site here. And these are commercial first, with the properties onto Lancaster, and innovation employment, which corresponds to the 585 Bridgeport Road portion of the site. While we recognize the intent of this designation and that it does support a level of growth, we believe that these designations do not reflect the site's context or the broader growth characteristics of the neighborhood over the past several years. Because of this, we are recommending some changes to the proposed official plan. So firstly, we note, again, similar to the site just across the street, that the consolidation does have split designations currently, and we would request staff consideration and council consideration of a unified land use designation across the site. As I'd mentioned previously, the 585 Bridgeport portion of the site is surrounded by natural heritage features and city-owned land, both on its south and east. And in my view, that kind of forms a natural line of where the employment land begins to the east or ends east of the site, and the broader corridor along Lancaster. In addition to this, just given the the degree of change over the last number of years in this area, we would recommend consideration or for staff to take back the idea of recognizing the Lancaster and Bridgeport interchange, I guess I will, as a strategic growth area here. And we've proposed, just responding to the heights that have been previously approved, mixed-use B designation on the site. So I will conclude the first delegation, or part of my delegation at this point, if you have any questions with respect to this proposal.
I don't see any questions, so carry on with the second part.
Okay. All right. I'm also here this evening on behalf of the owners of 239 to 265 Mill Street, who I understand have delegated previously with regards to the OP exercise. The subject property consists of, has been consolidated and includes the properties municipally addressed as 239 to 265 Mill Street, which are shown on the screen in front of you here. They back onto Charles Best Park, and directly across the street is the edge of the major transit station area where lands have been previously contemplated as an SGA 4 zone, which would allow for unlimited height or heights to be regulated essentially by flight paths. The subject properties are quite deep, with certain properties shown here reaching depths of up to 80 meters, whereas the neighborhood to the west of this site, which is also contemplated as a mixed-use designation, are comparably much more narrow, smaller parcel fabric, as you can kind of see in the bottom left of this image. The property is also bound by an institutional property immediately to the south, which is a church. And as I'd mentioned before, the lands across Mill Street have been contemplated as a SGA 4 zone. This slide illustrates the broader context applicable to the subject lands. The lands are immediately adjacent to the Mill Station PTS MSA boundary, an approximately 700-meter walk or 10 or 15-minute walk to the station stop itself. Future residents of this area will benefit by great local transit connections, active transportation routes, as well as the park in behind the site. As part of the draft official plans, city staff have proposed a mixed-use A designation for the subject lands, as well as the area to the south of Highland and west of Mill Street, as you can see on the side. Then again, on the across the street on Mill Street, considerably more density is contemplated in that area. We believe, just given the interface with the park, the large consolidation, the depth, and the great access to transit, as well as the property being framed by an institutional use to the south, that there is more development potential available to this site. We'd also note that in comparison to lands across the street, which have been historically used for industrial purposes, these properties have single detached residences on them and are not likely to be as contaminated as lands, meaning they are more shovel ready. As part of the delegation this evening, we are recommending that the uses be, or subject properties be redesignated mixed-use B in the new official plan. The mixed-use B designation, in our opinion, reflects the site's context and its role within the broader growth area surrounding the station stop. And this designation would continue to provide an appropriate transition to lands further east, which is also an objective of the city to ensure that different scales of development are compatible with each other. So why mixed-use B? The mixed-use B designation provides a logical transition between the higher densities across the street, virtually unlimited height, and the mixed-use C, which being the lands to the west of the site. It would allow for the optimization of the site and creates a gradual progression in potential built form from the higher densities to the lower densities to the west. From a transportation perspective, the site, again, is within close walking distance of the Ion Station stop and abuts the park, and there are opportunities that are awarded by having that adjacency to a park to support future connections to Mill Street through the site. The slide here shows a conceptual site plan for for the consolidation with two towers spaced on the site. As you can see, there's considerable space between the two towers that could potentially be constructed here, as well as an opportunity to allow for a new active transportation connection from Mill Street to the park, which is shown on the east side of the plan. While no site-specific development application has been advanced at this point, nor is one imminently pending, the concept demonstrates how the site could accommodate additional housing in a manner that's both functional and compatible with the existing planned neighborhood. This image here shows a conceptual rendering of the development, which again is shown without the benefit of context, but again, directly across the street, higher density is contemplated. So in closing, we respectfully request that Council support a proposed amendment to the draft official plan to redesignate the subject properties mixed use B on map 3, which is the land use plan before you this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions at this time, but thank you for coming. Okay, next we have Christine Stocky from the Downtown Advisory Committee. You have 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, councilors. My name is Christine Stocky. I'm a proud downtown Kitchener resident. As part of the Downtown Advisory Committee, we're writing to discuss the tree canopy targets outlined in the Kitchener 2051 plan, specifically policy 6.70A. We are strongly supportive of the city's goals of achieving a 30% tree canopy target by 2050. However, our concern is that the target is currently structured by wards rather than by neighborhoods. As written, the goal risks masking significant inequities within wards and allows communities most in need of investment to remain underserviced. The downtown core and the downtown core is the only area in the city of Kitchener with a woefully underserved tree canopy of only 6.9%. It's way below 30%. We're adjacent to Victoria Park, which makes the ward look much better than it is. It's a concrete jungle in downtown Kitchener. The goals referenced and undertaken by the Community Canopy Program have seen significant improvements since 2023 in areas including Chandler Mowat, Southdale and Alpine, Cherry Hill and Highland West. All of these areas have tree canopies between 10 and 15%, and they were recognized and identified as areas in need of change. Downtown Kitchener has been forgotten. The unique nature of downtown Kitchener requires far more careful and deliberate planning when it comes to including trees and other living things in our downtown core that are not concrete. To address the inequities, the wording of policy 6.70 is puzzling to us and concerning. Ward-based targets are allowing the canopy coverage to, in some small areas to compensate for neighborhoods with critically low coverage, potentially leaving vulnerable communities behind. The downtown core has currently, and when you look at all the proposed developments that are coming to downtown, a disproportionately high population growth, more visible minorities, more immigrants, and certainly more vulnerable citizens, all of whom could benefit from improved air quality, increased well-being, lower mental distress, improved neighborhood safety, and reduced surface temperatures, all identified in the city's own documents as important factors. Planting trees is a powerful way to make cities healthier and fairer. And the equity portion and the fairness portion is what we would like to see addressed. So the city has engaged in an equitable guide to tree planting, which includes planting, citizens being able to plant trees in public spaces and parks and private properties, with developers consistently asking for smaller setbacks and increased density. There are no places to plant trees. So we are respectfully asking and recommending that 6.70A be amended to state that tree canopy coverage will be 30% in each of the neighborhoods by 2050. Now, 30% in downtown is unattainable. We're not immune to the situation we find ourselves in. However, the experts are certainly well equipped to be able to come up with a plan of action that will include neighborhoods rather than wards, and goals and measurable goals and attainable goals for neighborhoods in need, most specifically downtown Kitchener. Thank you for your time, and go Rangers. I welcome any questions.
I don't see any questions right now, but thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, next we have Andrea Sinclair from MHBC Planning. And you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of committee. Again, want to thank staff for all the ongoing communication throughout this process. I'm sure this group over here is sick of hearing from me, but between the last public meeting and tonight, that ongoing dialogue has been beneficial, and we've resolved some of our concerns from the last public meeting, but a few still outstanding. With respect to 520 Bingaman Center Drive, that's an office development likely known to this council as MTE's head office. I do understand that there's going to be a further refinement to the policy to recognize that that office use will continue to be permitted but can also expand. And staff have confirmed that tweak to make it consistent with the staff report is going to happen, and that satisfies MTE's concerns. With respect to 425 Bingaman Center Drive, that's the Bingaman's proper property. With the second draft, they were moved to an innovation designation, which we supported, but had lost a number of their site-specific uses. Those have now been reinstated, so with respect to their property, we're satisfied. There's still the concern of Bingaman's and Cooper Developments, who purchased the 2 properties that were severed from Bingaman's. That's 525 Bingaman Center Drive and 355 Shirley. We would be supportive of the recommendation to 1A and the comments that my colleague, Mr. Aston, made with respect to, generally with respect to that corridor. Those are echoed by my clients as well. Cooper, Dominic Natalie spoke at the last meeting. He couldn't be here this evening, but he did speak quite passionately about the challenges in terms of getting leasing and getting these employers to come to Kitchener, and by limiting those uses that it was going to be closing the door to business. So we think that the alternative recommendation set out in the staff report would allow them to continue the uses they have under the business park designation, as well as the site-specific uses that they currently enjoy, without jeopardizing consistency with the PPS, and I think there is a way to achieve that, and that would satisfy their concerns. And then the last properties I want to speak to that I did speak about at the last public meeting are the 2 properties at the node at Huron and Strasbourg Roads, the southwest and the southeast corners. These are currently recognized as a primary intensification area in the 2014 official plan. They're a community node in the current plan, and they were a node in the previous official plan approved in 1994. So for 32 years, these 2 sites have been recognized as an intensification area within the city. They're not being proposed as a strategic growth area. They're the only community node in South Kitchener that's not being made a strategic growth area, and it continues to be a down designation of these properties. The southwest corner has been approved by this council for a multi-tower site up to 24 stories. The appeal of this site since the last public meeting to today has been dismissed by the OLT, so that designation is in place. We do understand staff will now bring that property into the final version, but that further strengthens the fact that these properties should be considered a strategic growth area given the intensification that's already been approved on one of the properties. Both properties are of a substantial size that can accommodate intensification. They're at the intersection of two arterial roads. Strasbourg Road is a high-frequency, a planned high-frequency corridor. And again, they've had a long-term recognition of being intensification areas within the city. So the underlying designation is, I think, acceptable to our client, but losing that sort of intensification priority in this continues to be a concern. I think I came in just under the 5 minutes with really fast talking, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We do have a question, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, not really a question. Just wanted to. Were you able to see when I was speaking with Mr. Aston? Were you able to see the suggested amendment for what is it, 525 to 555 Binghamton Center Drive and 355 Shirley?
I will admit from back there, I couldn't quite see it when it was up on the screen.
Okay, so I'll just ask the clerk if she can bring that up. It's actually amendment number 4 in the list. My understanding is this does retain all of the original permissions as requested. Just want to ensure that to the best we can on the spur of the moment here, we get this right.
Looking at this, I believe this will resolve our concerns.
Okay. If there are any major concerns afterwards, you can always contact. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions. Thank you. Next, we have Peggy Nichols. And you have 5 minutes, Peggy.
Thank you. Respected councillors, my name is Peggy Nichols, and I'm here today to request an amendment to the draft official plan's institutional land use designation. While I'm speaking on behalf of Kitchener Citizens for Livable Development, I'd like to note that this amendment is supported by a growing number of residents and community groups, including Waterloo Region Acorn, Grand River Environmental Network, Hold the Line, and the board of Old Berlin Town Neighborhood Association. I'd like to start by acknowledging the tremendous work that staff have done to prepare this new official plan. It contains many principles which, if implemented, will make the city a wonderful place to live, work, play, and invest. We have appreciated the staff's effort to gather community input on this plan and the time they took to speak with us about our concerns and some of our ideas. Institutional land use designation is something that came to our attention after meeting with them. We are interested in institutional land use designation because it accommodates a wide range of community serving uses provided by government, nonprofits, faith groups, and the private sector. Institutional lands also provide for residential care homes and affordable housing, with institutional uses being the priority. The objectives for this land use designation flow directly from the official plan's purpose, shared vision, and shared values, especially by providing lands for community and cultural facilities and fostering strong neighborhoods and human connections. Policy 1195 of the draft official plan identifies the different permitted uses within the institutional land use designation. These can include things like community centers and sports fields, cultural facilities, daycare facilities, schools other than commercial and trade schools, hospitals and some other related uses, religious institutions, places of worship and cemeteries, long-term care facilities, and social service facilities. Now let's take a look at where the designations are assigned. If we look at this excerpt from the proposed map of land uses, we can see red stars representing, we can't yet. We can see red stars representing some of the many institutions around the City Hall Ion Stop that would fit the designation but have not been assigned the designation, including City Hall, Region of Waterloo Headquarters, Kitchener Public Library Central Branch, Downtown Community Center, Center in the Square, Registry Theatre, the many shelters, St. Louis Adult Learning Center, Laurier Faculty of Social Work, and the many churches. There are others in other areas too that are undesignated, like Grand River Hospital. Why is it important that institutional designations be universally applied? We think that institutional designations should be universally applied, including in protected major transit station areas, because, excuse me, community services that are underpinned by institutional designations are needed in every part of the city. In fact, community services are needed even more in areas of greatest intensification. We need to show that quality of life need not be sacrificed as we intensify. Otherwise, the community will have good reason to fear intensification and advocate against it. We cannot afford to forego the affordable housing that is permitted as a secondary use on institutional lands. No other designation is so supportive of affordable housing. One would assume that rentals in a mixed-use designation would also provide affordable housing under inclusionary zoning. Let's consider an actual example: two back-to-back churches on the very same block, Trinity United and St. Peter's Lutheran. You could say that Trinity ultimately went the route of a mixed-use development, while St. Peter's followed the institutional path. Under our IZ program, a 494-unit build, like the one constructed on the Trinity site, could include between 9 and 24 inclusionary zoning units. When proposed in 2022, rental rates for an IZ unit started at $1,063 per month. By comparison, the Indwell in St. Peter's Church project offers 41 apartments starting at $600 a month in 2026. And the Indwell apartments include housing supports. We're still champions of IZ, but the depth of affordability and wraparound services provided for not-for-profit housing providers is in a completely different league. That is why we urge you to assign an institutional land use designation to all properties meeting the definition of the institutional designation, including those inside the protected major transit station areas. We believe that by doing so, you will better advance the official plan's purpose, values, and envisioned shared future. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Peggy. There are no questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we have Emily Elliott. Thank you for coming in, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of committee. My name is Emily Elliott, and I am with MHBC Planning here tonight on behalf of 2013029 Ontario Limited with respect to 6 Shirley. I'd like to thank staff for all the hard work they've done on this draft official plan, including the many conversations that we had leading up to the meeting tonight, and to consideration of the comments, the written submissions that we provided, and the previous delegation I provided to this committee. So 6 Shirley is located at the southwest corner of Shirley Avenue and the recently constructed Shirley Avenue cul-de-sac. The site is occupied by a warehouse that was originally constructed for Kaufman Footwear, but is now used by Broyle King. The lands were purchased by the current owner in 2001 with the intent that they would be ultimately redeveloped as a commercial and retail campus, but used as a warehouse site in the interim. The use of the site as a warehouse has always been considered an interim use, but redevelopment has been delayed in association with the works related to the realignment of Highway 7, and that's the yellow lines you can see on the screen. And there was also a substantial expropriation on a portion of the site. So following realignment, these lands will really be more connected to Victoria Street via the new Bruce Street extension that's planned in this area. In the current 2014 OP, the lands are within an urban corridor and they're designated commercial. This recognizes that planned connection to Victoria Street. They're also subject to a site-specific policy that permits office to a maximum of 100% of the permitted gross floor area for the site, or an FSR of 0.5. So essentially, this policy allows for major office in addition to the commercial uses. These permissions for commercial development have been in existence since 1994, so for more than 30 years. However, in the new draft of the official plan, it's proposed that the lands are to be designated general industrial, which has the effect of substantially impacting the range of uses permitted. The general industrial designation really allows for warehousing and manufacturing type uses, which is a substantial change for the long-term commercial function of the site and the vision of the owner. So my reason for delegating this evening is to request that, the last slide of my presentation is missing, but that's okay. It just outlined my request for delegation this evening, and that is to ask that council consider approval of staff's alternative option 2.1A that's set out in the staff report, which would maintain the uses that are permitted on the properties but not yet established. So specifically, we ask that council designate the site commercial first and maintain the special policy area that allows for major offices. And we acknowledge that the urban structure component will also need to be revised as well in order to ensure conformity. And this change would maintain the longstanding commercial permission for the site. This designation allows for a broad range of commercial uses, and with that office would accommodate a number of jobs as well. The location of this land is an excellent opportunity for commercial development with their accessibility and visibility and the future planned road infrastructure. So I thank council, and I meant to mention a representative of the owner is here as well tonight if there's any questions for me or the owner. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. There's a question from Councillor Davey. Sorry.
That's me. All right. Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Ms. Elliott. If I could ask the clerk to bring up the same as before. There, perfect. Clause number 3, if you could just please give that a quick review, Ms. Elliott, and confirm that is indeed your client's intention.
Yes, that does satisfy our request. I would add that this a new site-specific provision allowing for major office also be included to reflect the current special use permission that exists today. But otherwise, yes, it does reflect.
Major office. Okay, well, sorry, site-specific major office. Okay, I'll discuss that with staff after delegations. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, and those are all the questions. Next, we have Chintan Patel. Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Chintan Patel. I'm joined by my partner Ramanpreet Kunkun. We're advocating today as co-owners and partners in the land along 239 Mill Street. Our site is well positioned to support new housing. It is less than 700 meters from the Ottawa Mill LRT station, directly in front of the GRT route, on a collector roadway. It also has dedicated bicycle lanes connecting Mill and downtown, It's close to important amenities, including the community center, which is less than 100 meters, and immediately adjacent to Charles Best Park. My partners and I have owned the core property since 2022, and these lands provide significant frontage along Mill Street. This is a coordinated, clean site that is ready to move forward. Our request for a mixed-use B represents a logical and balanced planning approach. The site is located within the strategic growth area and can provide an appropriate transition between higher density lands along the corridor and the mid-density neighborhood areas on the other side of the Charles Best Park. This provides a natural buffer and transition. This site also offers a near-term housing opportunity. Other lands in the area may require significant assembly, remediation, and long-term planning before housing can be delivered. In contrast, our site is already assembled and capable of supporting the suitable density proposed under mixed-use B. We also want to be clear, as a unified partnership, it is our intention to explore inclusion of affordable housing. However, the current mixed-use A designation limits that potential and reduces what can realistically be achieved. We have heard in the other delegations today that for some neighborhoods, there is a concern over wanting higher density. Unlike those areas, this density along Mill Street corridor makes sense. These lands have high order transit access, near proximity to community amenities, and the site that is ready for development and could also act as a balance to all these delegation requests we've seen today. We respectfully ask Council to support a mixed-use B designation for 239 to 265 Mill Street so that we can help deliver immediate housing, affordable housing opportunities, and a well-planned transition along this corridor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. I don't see any questions.
Thank you, everyone.
And our last delegation is Adrian Vantigem. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Adrian Vintium, and I am here on behalf of Strong Town's Waterloo region. We believe that a strong town is a complete, connected, affordable, inclusive, and financially resilient community. It's one where each neighborhood is allowed to grow incrementally to adapt to the changing needs of its residents. These neighborhoods offer a variety of housing types so that people of all ages, backgrounds, and lived experiences can feel like they belong without being priced out of the area. Housing near jobs, services, parks, and transportation options so that residents can meet their daily needs close to home. These core values are shared by the residents of Kitchener, and this plan has done a commendable job of creating policies that align with this shared vision. In particular, the intensification of the strategic growth areas in downtown along the Ion corridor, the introduction of urban centers, all together make an excellent framework to intensify with medium or high density buildings that support a strong transportation network throughout the city. And the official plan also recognizes that intensification citywide is a necessity in order to obtain the strength, the complete communities that we need citywide that will help support local businesses, will help our transportation network, let people use active or public transportation, and will reduce the demands of car traffic on our roads by enabling this public transportation. Where I do want to push back against some of the comments that I've heard today is specifically regarding our heritage districts, the cultural heritage landscapes. This designation seeks to preserve the existing aesthetic of a neighborhood, but preservation and growth are opposites. And the cultural heritage landscapes, both that we've heard about today, so Westmount East and West, KW Odd area, but also the existing ones around Victoria Park or Central Frederick, all of those are all situated within, either fully within or connected to our strategic growth areas. And so the prime land in our city, in the downtown area, along our transit corridor, is land that we're also trying to preserve for some of the lowest density housing, where they're largely single-family homes that have some ADUs attached or have been split into duplexes. But the density restriction remains, where on one hand we want to intensify throughout all areas of the city, but on the other hand we're trying to preserve quite a large fraction of our downtown strategic growth area at low heights. I believe that neighborhoods should be as alive as the people who live in them. They should be allowed to change and grow like the rest of the city. And while the plan does allow for some growth in these areas, it is quite restrictive, especially compared to even just the neighborhood growth zones. One comment that we heard is that we have these areas attract people like entrepreneurs or physicians. I would like that to not be a prerequisite of these neighborhoods. I would like that in 20 years, when my kids are ready to buy a house, that they're able to find an option that works for them as a young man entering the workforce, in order to be able to move into one of these well-connected areas. So while I oppose the amendments that are made to the Westmount East and KW Odd heritage landscapes, I am still very optimistic about the plan overall, and I believe that it is an ambitious but responsible change that will transform our city into a place where that works for everyone over the next 25 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in, and I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you for coming. Okay, next we have questions for staff. So if you would like to queue in. Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. And I wanted to follow up on the question that I had asked previously with regards to the Westmount West CHL. And I'm wondering if you can answer a question with regards to when or if we are doing a CHL there and what the timelines might be.
So through the chair, I'll start, and then Mr. Stevenson will supplement, hopefully. So our priorities over the next year and a bit have to be starting on an archaeological master plan, as it's a new responsibility that we have through regional planning responsibilities transition. The current archaeological master plan hasn't been updated since 1989. It is a provincial requirement, and so we do need to spend some time updating that. As committee is aware, there has been legislative changes to timeframes for having properties on our heritage register, our listed properties, assessed for designation. That work has to be completed by the end of this year, and so that continues to be a priority. Given those priorities and given current staff resourcing and budget, for the next year or so, we don't have the capacity to undertake additional cultural heritage landscape work at this time. I would suggest that's why this recommended official plan is important to get in place. What it does is it identifies all of the cultural heritage landscapes on map 9 of the recommended plan and has policies there that should any development applications come in under the new official plan, because they're mapped, we can rely on the policies to require a heritage impact assessment, and those development applications can be assessed from a cultural heritage perspective.
Okay. So what you're saying, or maybe what you're saying, is that would some of those protections be in place anyways then for Westmount West, or if you can expand upon
So
that?
through the chair, the staff recommended official plan amendment, or official plan includes 2 cultural heritage landscapes for Westmount. The Westmount West Cultural Heritage Landscape has a policy specifically requiring future study or acknowledging that future study is needed, and that will happen as our resources and budget allows. In the meantime, because it's mapped in the official plan, there are neighborhood cultural heritage landscape policies that apply to all neighborhood cultural heritage landscapes across the city, and we would rely on those policies to evaluate any development proposals within Westmount West Cultural Heritage Landscape, should any development applications come in.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the delegations for coming out tonight. These really very interesting presentations. A couple of questions for staff. Mr. Chauvin mentioned earlier having greater use of trails in the New Dundee area secondary plan. Can you explain to me, or to everyone, I guess, the having trails? If you have too many trails, like what's the buy-off of parks and trails? I thought there was conversation once about having so many trails in one ward, in one area, where that made it difficult to have more park space. Can you have both, or is it like one or the other?
Through you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Chauvin, in his delegation, spoke specifically about using parkland dedication to count towards trail corridors. So there are some historic examples where we have included these corridors within the parkland dedication allocation. Since our 2022 parkland dedication bylaw, it doesn't outright address the issue of trails specifically, but as a result of some legislative changes and some caps under Bill 23 for our parkland dedication that we can receive through development applications, it has been our practice to require that neighborhood and community parks, which form our local parks, are what we obtain through the parkland dedication. So those are referenced in the parkland dedication bylaw as lands which can be programmed for a variety of different uses in active park space. Trails are identified as a passive park within Spaces document, so that is a classification of parks that exists within our document, but it's one that we're not we're not favoring using parkland dedication to achieve those active transportation corridors because of the restrictions. There is a cap of how much parkland dedication we can collect, and if we utilize trails in all those cases, we would then get less active park space.
So yeah, you're compromising park space for trails. That's the bottom line, if you went that route, right?
Every square meter in a trail corridor would be 1 square meter less of active park space.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, this is completely different. The current water capacity that the region is experiencing, is it concerns for the official plan going forward? There's been no conversation about this, so I'm curious.
Through you, Madam Chair, and perhaps my colleague Ms. Goss will add to this. I will say that the water allocation work is a separate body. There is work that's advancing this week at Regional Council, where we're going to start to see water allocations for specific developments in the coming quarters, and we will take direction from the region, and we will be in front of Council with the water allocation bylaw later this summer, but maybe my colleague Ms. Goss will speak to the long-term planning aspects.
So through the chair, and I think I've mentioned this before, but it is important that we continue to look to 2051 for our long-term planning. So as we did with the Dundee secondary plan, which was presented to committee last week, and with Kitchener's new official plan being recommended tonight, we are well positioned to continue to work with the region through their water supply master plan, because we have done the detailed work on population and employment forecasts. We have done the detailed work on the distribution of that growth. And so the region is better positioned in the city of Kitchener to have that information and understand how much supply of water and when that supply of water is needed to 2051.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
Thank you for your question. Next, we have Mayor Vanovich.
Thanks very much, Chair Chapman. I too want to express my thanks to all of the delegations here this evening, but also those who have engaged with us over the past couple of months, in particular through various means, email, meetings, and other opportunities to bring to light some of their issues and concerns. Two questions I'd like to ask of staff at the moment. First one on the issue of the tree canopy targets, and of course, you know, we don't have the team here from the department that's from forestry and so on that's responsible for that. But this notion of sort of looking at this by neighborhoods versus by ward, I'm wondering if staff can give some reflection of that, and is that something that really would be best referred to the forestry area and so on that would look after this, or somehow should be incorporated in this document?
So through the chair, what I can offer at this point is that the recommended official plan contains a policy that is reflective of council's approved tree canopy targets from 2022. There was no work undertaken as part of this official plan to establish those targets. It's merely reflecting the targets that are in place. We understand that not all neighborhoods are equal in how they're designed and built, and therefore we do need to be intentional with solutions to support tree canopy. For example, there will be an intentional need for different strategies for different neighborhoods, such as more frequent maintenance or other techniques in some communities with aging or older trees. It has always been our intention to do a flyover of our tree canopy to understand its growth every 5 years, and to use that information to support data-driven decisions with direct planting and maintenance efforts in neighborhoods. I would suggest that because those targets were established through a specific council resolution as an implementation item through our urban forest strategy, that the appropriate time to revisit those would be the next time we revisit that strategy.
Okay, so through the work that's done by that team, not through this. Okay, so I would actually ask that, Madam Chair, that piece actually be referred to a tracking list so that staff are aware of it, and it's something that could be addressed through that mechanism, because I think it is a legitimate concern, and one of the things I appreciated from Ms. Stockey's comments was the recognition that there's some unique realities to the downtown, and so while that percentage is low, there's also some infrastructure and other realities that need to be considered in looking at how best to implement that. On the question that Mr. Muir brought forward with respect to their Victoria Street properties, I'm wondering if staff can comment on that. And the request seemed reasonable in terms of, sorry? That's covered? Like, it's still like, you have a motion for that? Okay, I'll leave that then. Those are all the questions I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, you're next.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. It's been a long evening. The question actually I had, just to follow up on the trails, I'm still not clear on that, on the parkland and trails. So if we're dedicating all of our dedicated parkland space to actual programmable parks, how are we going to acquire trails?
Through you, Madam Chair, we would have to look at it by a case-by-case basis. So we are doing some additional discussions and conversations with our colleagues. This was raised last week as part of the Dundee secondary plan, so we can provide a more fulsome answer when we bring that back in a couple of weeks. But ultimately, the trail corridors, if they could serve a parkland basis, if they're part of a park or can be programmable, then we could consider them as part of a parkland. But if they are an active transportation corridor, we are moving forward with only giving parkland dedication for neighborhood and community parks, so programmable spaces, and not passive, which are the trails, open space, and walking paths.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just a little confused about, pardon me, what constitutes an active transportation corridor and a trail. And I guess the same question, how would we secure, even if there's a difference, how would we secure an active transportation corridor through private property if we can't get it through parkland dedication?
Through the chair, we would have to negotiate that through a subdivision application.
Okay. Okay, so, and we'll have clarity on this by the time we finally approve the official plan then?
Yes, we will report back with more
Okay,
clarity.
that's helpful. What was my other question? Oh, my other question was, I was hoping there was a couple delegates that raised it with respect to the 2 hectare clause. If a property is over 2 hectares, how does that fit into the density plans and fear that we will not have that extra density? So I just wanted to ask staff if they could sort of provide a response to that concern by those 2 delegates.
So through the chair, there's a policy in the recommended official plan. That's actually an existing policy from our 2014 official plan. The existing policy generally applies to greenfield subdivisions, and that's the intent under which it was written, to ensure that there's a mix of housing types. So to ensure that new greenfield subdivisions aren't just predominantly single detached dwellings, that there is a mixture of housing types and densities throughout greenfield subdivisions. Lots less than 2 hectares are generally not planned through plans of subdivision. They generally consist of dwelling types other than singles and semi-detached dwellings. So this policy is not meant to apply to things more in the built-up area that aren't planned through plans of subdivision. There are also many other policies in the recommended official plan that ensure that there's a mix and range of housing types permitted not only on lots, but within all neighborhoods of all sizes, of all types. Including broadening permissions through the proposed neighborhood's land use designation for a full range of housing typologies.
Okay, I'll consider that before we ratify. Madam Chair, the appropriate time too, as you might have noticed, I have several amendments to bring forward as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. Next, we have Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. And I'm going to continue on the theme with the trails. I guess my concern with that is, from the perspective of what I've seen in the last 16 years in this role, the trails, in my opinion, are vastly more used than any of the parks that we have. So I just want a little bit, I want to make sure that we're going down a path that I feel like it's gonna give us a deficit in trails. And quite frankly, I think that's quite the opposite of where the direction I want to go. So can you give me, or I guess you're gonna work on this further and give us a better explanation than what was given currently, because right now I'm a little bit confused on what you guys have been presenting to us.
So through the chair, the comments and questions from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting last week on the Dundee secondary plan and your questions and comments tonight are helpful. We do intend to bring back an addendum report on the Dundee secondary plan to the June 29th council meeting. So your questions of clarification on the parks and trails matter is helpful, and we will make sure that there's a fulsome response in that report.
Okay. Thank you. And Vice Chair Chapman, I also sent the clerk some amendments, so when that time's ready to present, I'm letting you know.
We'll come back. Councillor Snyder, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. Councillor Ioannidis and Councillor Davey got most of my thoughts on the trails, but I think it's important to the definition of passive and active. I just hope we can have a good discussion on that. So we'll bring that in because I agree. I do see more people on trails sometimes in our parks.
Thank you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. My questions piggyback a little on Councillor Davies' questions. Can you speak to why existing institutions downtown that were listed, so City Hall, regional buildings, KPL, why those examples were left off the list or map of institutional lands?
Through the chair, the PMTSA lands in question were designated through the Growing Together West project, and as part of this were out of scope. So those lands were not revisited. The land uses were not changed for the PMTSA lands.
Great. Okay, thank you. And I'd like to ask some questions on behalf of the Old Berlin Town Neighborhood Association. I understand that there was an OLT decision on the official plan and zoning amendments for 22 Weber. Is that decision final?
So through the chair, yes, that decision is final and binding. There's a final binding order on the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for that site. The only remaining issue outstanding, if applicable, is the appeal of the heritage permit.
Okay. Are there heritage matters still at the OLT? And if so, does that influence anything in the site-specific policy proposed as part of this official plan?
So to the best of our knowledge, the appeal of the heritage permit is still with the tribunal. As this is before the tribunal, staff can't comment on any possible outcomes of an ongoing appeal. The heritage permit does assess matters related to cultural heritage resources and not land use or zoning matters. It's staff's opinion that because the OLT's decision on the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are final and binding, that it is appropriate to include a site-specific policy in a new official plan to reflect that decision.
Okay. And given the OLT's decision, what are the next steps in the development of this site?
So it's our understanding that the next step the landowner could take is to proceed with a full site plan application.
Okay. Thank you. I have a little bit of time, so I'll ask the questions around the language of generally. It was early on in our list of delegates. I was just wondering if you could offer some clarity or reason behind the language choice.
Through the chair, the development of the strategic growth area, mapping on map 2, was really informed by the criteria that we had talked about and included in a number of previous staff reports. So kind of as a starting point, we set out with a number of criteria, which included proximity to ion stations, proximity to the frequent transit network, proximity to food stores, commercial stores, major trails, and new urban centers. So really this was the starting point for how the strategic growth area city structure component was developed. I should clarify that as part of previous criteria that were communicated, proximity to ion stations was a standalone criteria. So really for lands that were within 800 meters of ion stations, they were identified as strategic growth areas because of their proximity to rapid transit. So really the language around generally speaking was really using the criteria as a starting point to build out the approach to growth that would guide growth and change and development over the next 25 years.
Okay, thank you. And is there a different word choice that you think could offer more clarity when speaking to it, or are you committed to generally?
Through the chair, I think generally is appropriate based on kind of using the criteria as a starting point to develop this framework and really kind of at the highest possible level guide and direct where the city will grow and change over the next 25 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Councillor Singh.
Thank you for the committee's indulgence. I'm going to go dig deep a little bit in specifics to Ward 6, so not all the committee members may be as familiar with the surrounding streets, but again, to staff. Corner of Strasbourg and Ottawa Street, we have the Smart Center, and that's where the old Target used to be. The Target remains sitting vacant. It's been, I think, over a decade's time. Currently under proposal for the Smart Center, it's type B. Knowing that this is a boundaried, considerable, assembled lands and boundaried with the highway and then Strasbourg and then Ottawa on the other end, have we considered a higher density here just to ensure that we have some development that could possibly proceed sooner? Because again, the plaza does sit more idle and underused. That's question one. Second, if we were to give it a higher density, does that preclude the commercial on the ground floor? My understanding is a mixed use still would enable quite a bit of ground floor commercial space. It's just the density above that may incentivize the redevelopment of the site.
Through the chair, to answer the first question, mixed use B is the most permitting land use outside of protected major transit station areas. So right now within protected major transit station areas, we offer the mixed use C land use designation, which offers kind of the greatest development potential in terms of permissions. The mixed use C is specific to protected major transit station areas in terms of introducing that hierarchy of where kind of the most growth is being directed to. So really in terms of the Smart Centers property at Ottawa and Strasbourg, it is proposed to have the mixed use B land use, which is kind of the most permissive land use outside of protected major transit station areas.
Okay, so mixed use is primarily for the protected transportation areas, whereas mixed B can be outside that, but depending on the zones.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Does that limit them to down the road if, depending on the development proposal, to ask for higher density than what's being proposed to the official plan? Would that require official plan amendment as well? Or because it's within the strategic growth area, it's all within the same class depending on the justification that they make?
Through the chair, any increases beyond the permissions of the mixed-use B land use designation would require an official plan amendment, as are other policies that identify that mixed-use C is only implemented within the protected major transit station areas.
Okay, all right. The other question is, and I've had some conversation with staff earlier as well, parts of the community along Ottawa Street, again, Ottawa Street is, we're anticipated for higher order of transit. We don't know when, but again, that's the anticipation. That's why it's earmarked for strategic growth area. But there are neighborhoods that don't necessarily have frontage along Ottawa. They're protected amongst their own as a suburb. Laurentian Hills being primarily as a focus, as well as Pinedale. Why are we pushing that as a higher order, whereas there are other parts where more accessible within the Ottawa Street corridor that's already being designated as a higher density?
Through the chair, the application of the strategic growth areas component was applied to the Laurentian neighborhood because of some of those foundational principles. So really, in this case, proximity to the Hydro Corridor Trail, which is identified in the city as the city spine network. It's also in close proximity to the two grocery stores, both at Westmount in Ottawa, as well as Strasbourg in Ottawa. So it's proximity to the grocery stores kind of on both sides of the neighborhood, proximity to other retail services, the frequent transit that currently exists on Ottawa Street, plus the planned intensification corridor, as well as other commercial spaces at both major intersections. So it's really the proximity to all those things really lends itself to allowing for increased permissions in close proximity to those amenities.
I appreciate that. And again, I'm supportive of the right type of density in the right spaces. Madam Chair, just one last question. But if you look at continuation, so again, there needs to be a continuous argument for all communities. Otherwise, then they feel disparaged as why the increase in density is just in my zone and not the next. If you look at the Ottawa Street corridor along other side of Fisher-Hallman, along the Ottawa Street, on one side, you have the grocery and the retail, and the other side is designated just as neighborhood. For example, on Wilderness and Activa. Why the differentiation here and not along Laurentian and Pinedale? Again, not to be argumentative, I just want to understand the argument around it.
Through the chair, so I believe, the reference was to Wilderness. Yeah, so really using the criteria kind of as that foundational starting point, identifying the lands that at a high level met those criteria and were in close proximity. So the lands that were not captured as strategic growth area did not meet that high level proximity to the Ottawa Street intensification corridor and the other amenities.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will have an amendment as well, just to be specific to the Laurentian Hills and the Pinedale neighborhood, and I'll make my comments associated to the motion later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, but I do have a couple. I just wanted to go back to the institutional land use designation. And could you explain again how it is that why we wouldn't want to protect those properties and designate them as they currently are being used?
Through the chair, the institutional lands referenced, again, were designated through the Growing Together West project. So none of those lands within the protected major transit station areas implemented through that project were reevaluated through this work. So really, it's a carry forward of the 2024 council adoption of those land uses. Within the mixed-use land uses that are proposed in this plan, as well as the existing strategic growth area land uses that currently exist, institutional uses continue to be permitted as permitted uses. So really, the land uses already allow for institutional, but specifically, those lands were not reopened as part of this work.
But wouldn't it, by designating them institutional, wouldn't it give them greater protection? Rather than just saying, well, it's allowed, but other things are also allowed, correct, on those lands?
So through the chair, these lands really within the PMTSAs were not in scope and were not reopened through this work.
Okay, and I had a similar question to, dealing with industrial lands. I know there are industrial areas that have been identified in the official plan, but there are other industrial sites that, we talk about the need for employment lands and industrial lands, and yet we've rezoned them differently. Is there no opportunity in the official plan to ensure that they remain industrial? I'm thinking, one of the lands I'm thinking about here is the Airboss site.
Through the chair, the Airboss site was also designated through the Growing Together West project and received a mixed-use C land use designation. So that was another property that was not reevaluated through this process.
Right, okay. The other question I had is regarding 239 Mill Street to 265 Mill Street. I understand there's an interest in consolidating those properties, and I'm just wondering why the request of moving it to a mixed-use B from an A is not being considered here.
Through the chair, staff were in receipt of new materials this morning, and we have not had a chance to fully review the materials in the context of the official plan. We believe that it continues to be appropriate that any site-specific development application proceed through the development approvals process, supported with appropriate and applicable studies.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Vanabek, you had a question?
Thank you. One other issue that I know has come up regularly, and it is addressed in the document, even though we didn't have any delegations, but I'm wondering if staff can speak to it. And it has to do with new places of worship. We regularly hear from groups reflective of faiths that are indicative of the diversity that we're seeing in our community these days, who are struggling to find spaces. And I'm just wondering, so that it's part of the public record this evening, the work that staff have done to make more lands available, and how that will play out in the future as groups look to find locations, places where they can locate their places of worship.
Through the chair, so thank you, Mayor Brvanovic, for raising that. This was raised recently, as you'll recall, through the Dundee Secondary Plan process, and we are continuing to work on that and look at it closer. But generally speaking, places of worship are permitted in all land uses except natural heritage system and protected employment areas. What we'd like to do is take some time to explore this topic with different congregations and faith-based communities over the coming months, to build some relationships and understand some of the concerns ourselves, and be able to understand what we can do through the implementation of the new official plan and the forthcoming zoning bylaw to address some of those concerns. So that is a body of work we plan to be undertaking, imminently following this work.
Okay, but the foundation is being laid in this document, and then there'll be opportunity to further refine it in the months ahead?
Through the chair, that's correct. I think council is aware that the city can choose to amend its official plan at a later date should new information or new bodies of work come forward. So once we have those discussions and understand the implications further, we'd like to bring that back to council as part of a future body of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you. What's the definition of a heritage neighborhood?
Through you, Madam Chair. So we don't have a definition per se of a heritage neighborhood. What we have is cultural heritage resources that can be a variety of different resources. So we could look at an individual building or a property that may be individually designated because of its cultural heritage significance. We could look at a cluster of properties that are significant as they are as a cluster, and that's more like a cultural heritage landscape. And then there are different physical attributes as well, like a heritage corridor for a significant traveled route or a previous significant transportation connection. So there's various heritage classifications throughout the official plan, but in terms of a heritage neighborhood, it would have to be really explored and understood for what the heritage aspects are and what the cultural heritage significance is, in accordance with the guidelines that are outlined by the province. So there are different neighborhoods that have different cultural heritage resources. So we have heritage conservation districts, which are clusters of buildings that are designated and they're significant, and they're from different periods of time. So it's not just simply age, it's often the story of the community. So St. Mary's Heritage Conservation District, as an example, is a post-war neighborhood representative of that period of time, different than Victoria Park and even Civic Center Heritage Conservation District, but each show a significant cultural heritage aspect of our city.
So how many do we have across the city? Like little nodes of, or is it kind of hard to quantify how many we actually have?
Yeah, so we have 4 heritage conservation districts. We have 55 cultural heritage landscapes. We had just over 200 properties on our municipal register of significant buildings that we have reviewed for the last several years. Approximately up to 90 of those will proceed forward with becoming designated properties. And then we have, I can't remember the number, it's in the thousands of designated properties either within a district or individually designated throughout the city.
Okay, thank you. And like, do we have concerns if we continue to add more and more throughout the city?
Through the chair, so heritage, it does not necessarily mean no change. It's a different layer of review. Cultural heritage protections are meant to preserve what's significant about a property or a feature or a landscape or a cluster of buildings or properties. We have a heritage permit application process, which is free, which is required for that level of overview for changes to heritage buildings, which happens quite frequently. We also have a heritage grant program. So where there may be a higher standard or a different standard for construction, the city does offer up to 50% of the cost to be paid through a grant program. So there are some financial programs that a designated property would benefit from that otherwise would not exist.
So, okay, essentially it's not one size fits all then?
It's not. There's 9 criteria and many factors that are considered for a landscape, a cluster, a designated building. Yeah, there's many considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think those are all the questions. This is your last chance. No? So I guess I need a mover for the staff report, and then we'll go into the amendments. Councillor Davey? Right, so how do I pull those out? Well, so why don't we vote on it first with removing the conflicts? You're the only one that has a conflict, right? So, do we need to detail them? Pardon me? Okay. So we need 2 minutes. So we'll take a 2-minute break. Okay, so I think we're ready to proceed. Councillor Davy has already moved the staff report with the known conflicts. So all those in favor? Oh, I thought we had to vote on that first. Okay, so we'll go with the amendments first. Gee, sorry. So we'll start off with Councillor Johnston. Well, I was asking for your amendments.
That the city-initiated official plan amendment, OPA 26, 002, COKJZ, for the purpose of implementing a new official plan for the City of Kitchener, be adopted in the form shown in the official plan amendment attached to report DSD-2026-235 as attachment A and amended as follows, and accordingly forwarded to the Province of Ontario for approval, and that the Westmount neighborhood be incorporated into the new official plan with the structure, land uses, and cultural heritage landscape policies as outlined in option 2.2.1A in report DSD-2026-235.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Barbanovic? Okay, so
Can I?
yeah,
can I
go ahead and
speak
make
to
your
that now?
comments. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I have right here a book, and thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for bringing this in. This is Westmount, The Tie That Binds the Twin Cities, an illustrated history of Westmount's 100 years. This is published by the University of Waterloo in 2011, and Susan Saunders Maver, a notable, respected, and cherished resident of the Westmount neighborhood for 69 years, is the author of this book. And thank you, Mr. Shepherd, for bringing this in. It really is a great book. Some of these condensed comments come from Susan's studies and historical documentation of Westmount. The century-old Westmount neighborhood stands today as Canada's first suburb. In the phraseology of its 1924 creation, it was noted as Canada's first detached private residential district, established when Kitchener adopted Canada's first comprehensive city plan. Westmount was created in 1912 by local industrialist Tolman Ryder, who had established several rubber manufacturing companies, including the Dominion Tire Company and the Berlin Rubber Company. These ventures significantly contributed to Kitchener's rapid expansion and earned it the nickname, the rubber capital of Canada. Land ownership in Westmount shifted among many notable figures such as A.R. Kaufman, E.O. Weber, and E.F. Seagram, to name a few. Westmount's century of history is marked by several remarkable firsts achieved by the City of Kitchener during that century, and one unique distinction associated particularly with the Westmount neighborhood itself, that being Canada's first detached private residential district. These achievements represent milestones in Canadian urban planning history, accomplishments of which the City, Council, and Planning Division should be justifiably proud and careful to recognize, protect, and preserve. For well over a century, Westmount residents have contributed significantly to Kitchener's civic, economic, and cultural life, including leadership in industry, education, insurance, and as members of provincial and federal legislatures. They are industrialists, tech founders, entrepreneurs, profs, and physicians who care about their community and give back substantially through economic development, volunteerism, and philanthropy. Council, I'm asking for your support of option 2.2.1.A. Much the same as our council predecessors did 102 years ago after establishing Westmount as Canada's first detached private residential district. At the same time as Kitchener adopted Canada's first comprehensive city plan. The character, scope, and historical significance of this neighborhood is a key part of our city's legacy, and this legacy is inseparable from the neighborhood's physical form and planning history. Thank you to the Westmount community for loving your neighborhood and spending considerable amounts of time and effort to organize, study the plan, review the history, speak with neighbors, arrange meetings, and present consistent, informed, and persistent, if I could say, communication to staff, myself, and council. And I'd like to thank council as well for your consideration and I hope support of this option. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bavanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair Chapman. And I want to begin by thanking again the residents for their passion and diligence in dealing with this issue over the last number of months. But also acknowledge Councillor Johnson for her passion and tenacity and hard work on behalf of the residents to make sure that their issues and concerns were addressed as we work through this process. And I mean, I'll have some comments to make about the overall process when we get to the final motion at the end. But I will happily support the recommendation that Councillor Johnson has worked on. It is obviously different than staff's recommendation, and it's important to remember, and as we work through these processes, staff has a role and council has a role, and staff's role is to make good professional planning recommendations that consider a variety of things. Council's role is to consider additional information that comes before them and to evaluate in the context of all of the work that's happening in a particular area, and then ultimately making a decision. And I think when one considers the historical significance of this neighborhood, not just for Kitchener, but nationally as well, I had the opportunity a number of years ago to participate in the unveiling of the heritage plaque that speaks to the significance of this neighborhood, and I think the proposal that's before us really works to strive to protect something that's important for our community, while also allowing for appropriate changes in development on the boundaries where that makes sense and is warranted.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. I'll keep it short and simple. I just want to thank all the delegates that came in support of their neighborhood with regards to this. There's definitely passion on both sides, but I'd be remiss to say that Councillor Johnson really stick candle to this file, and it definitely will show in the results and the support that I think you're going to see here tonight with regards to her amendment. So I think she did a fabulous job, and I just want the community to know that as well. So.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think as Mayor Bavanovic has already noted that I think our staff have done a good job in trying to be inclusive of all the conversations from the community to appropriately outline density across the city that can earmark the right type of intensification that opposes urban sprawl, and that's really what this document does do. But that's not to say that there can't be tweaks and changes based on the characters of particular neighborhoods, based on the consultation with individual property owners, and what we're hearing from the delegation as well. And the delegates who were able to hear me earlier asked questions of a delegation who outlined differences of opinion as to where the right density lies. I'm in general in support of density, especially density where it meets best. Density means that we don't have urban sprawl. Density means that we have a fiscal management of our tax dollars that aligns in a responsible way, because we're not building further out roadways, new infrastructure, new community centers, new fire halls to support faraway communities where we're reutilizing investments that have already made on city lands that we already own, and a better utilization of our infrastructure in general. So again, when I saw what was outlined for Belmont, I was generally satisfied with the staff's recommendation. And again, it aligns with overall general principles of how I see densification should lie across the city. Where my opinion changed was through Councillor Johnston. She has, I think it can't be said enough of the legwork that she's done over the last 6 months or so, going to each and every one of us to make us understand why, in fact, Westmount is uniquely different, why it should not just be a neighborhood where we are wanting a diverse housing stock, where we can have some density of higher than 3 stories, why the preservation of the Westmount neighborhood in the CHL is crucially important to the overall fabric of our community and towards, I think, economic development as well, as some points that have been made by the delegations. So I just want to compliment her. She allowed an opportunity for me to see it differently, and making sure that, again, when we talk about diversity of housing stock, in some cases, and that diversity also means larger properties. That diversity also means larger housing stocks that accommodates a certain demographic of our community who are entrepreneurs who do want that larger space, and ensuring they have a space in this community and are an attraction point. And I'm supposing Westmount can continue being that lightning rod of attraction. So just want to compliment Councillor Johnston for the hard work that she's really done for our community. It can't be said enough of how hard she's worked at this.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
Thank you, Chair Chapman. I want to say staff have done an incredible job on this document, the engagement, and all the work that went into this and putting it together. But as councillors, we have a role, and that is to represent our constituents. And Councillor Johnston's done an amazing job of that. The residents have also communicated very well and respectively with members of council. And I am a big believer in finding balance, and I find that this motion, this amendment, brings that balance. So that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'm not going to echo what everyone said, but I kind of am. Thank you, Margaret Johnston. You did an amazing job on this. You worked very hard, and we had many, many long conversations over this. But sorry, Councillor Johnston, I just want to reflect on what a great city Kitchener is and all the great spaces that we have. And that includes the neighborhoods where everyone lives, where everyone grew up. I mean, I grew up in the East Ward with Councillor Schneider and in the same neighborhood, and we just had there was just an opening on the street that I lived on where the Sunbeam Home has relocated some of the residents to a sixplex on the street I lived, and it was wonderful to see because the street I lived on is still just as beautiful. Westmount is a very special place. Fairmount Road was a very special place. Where we lived is very special, and I really think that the work that Councillor Johnston did to protect that specialness. We can still grow. Kitchener can still grow outside. It can grow in other areas, but I think when you have an area like Westmount or other culturally significant places, I think it's important to protect it because once it's gone, it's gone. So I really thank Councillor Johnston for all the work she did, and I thank staff for all the work that you've done, and I also thank the delegations here from Westmount for all the work that you did, the tours that you did. I really enjoyed the one I was on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davey.
Yes, thank you. I remember from the beginning thinking, if the Victoria Park neighborhood is protected, then Westmount should certainly be protected as well. But I do want to thank staff for also including the answer to the question about the housing impact, because I'll be honest, I thought the impact would have been much greater. In the report, it's details result of this motion, it's only going to be 150 homes that are potentially affected to 2051. Well, we can accommodate that, in one development that's closer to the Ion, instead of potentially harming the Westmount neighborhood. So I am happy to support this as well, and also kudos to Councillor Johnston for your work on this.
I think those are all the comments. I will just agree with what others have said. The delegates have, I know put a lot of work into this, and I was also on one of the tours. I actually grew up in Westmount, not old Westmount, but the newer side. But thank you for educating us on the history of the neighborhood, and of course, Councillor Johnson, for the work that you put into this. So thank you. Next, we have amendments. Amendments from Councillor Stretch. Okay, so I'll get this straight before the end of the night. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment? And that passes. Next, we'll go to the amendment by Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. Tough act to follow. But I read the amendment out earlier. Council, would you like me to do it again? Or are you clear? You can read it there. So what this amendment does is it supports 2.2A, which clearly the neighborhood is in support of. I just want to speak to the residents that participated. There were hundreds of participants. One of the delegates mentioned a petition. Also, communication and a lot of learning happened through this process as a community. One of my favorite letters that I think was sent out to everyone described the area as a Sesame Street experience. And I thought that painted a really great picture of what it's like in the odd neighborhood, and that some of the goals that we have for some of our neighborhoods are what's happening in the odd neighborhood. And so I'd like to see this area grow in a way that is able to put that culture first. And so I think this amendment really allows for some gentle density. There were some pictures, or if you're familiar with the neighborhood, there are already designed in some granny flat features, ADUs in backyards, and so I'm looking forward to seeing some of that density happen. And I did speak to the neighborhood about not everyone in the neighborhood being supportive of this, and the majority absolutely are, but there were some people who were in support of staff's recommendation. And I think I can get behind this amendment truly because I don't think that it limits development in the area. I think the idea of having to buy a few lots to then build a sixplex just isn't within the economic scope of developers right now. And so I think, by supporting this amendment, we're really just ensuring that we would need to go on a site-specific or a really specific area to really understand what is being proposed instead of a blanket zoning. So I'm really happy to bring this forward. I am so pleased to have worked with the Neighborhood Association as well as many other residents outside of the Neighborhood Association on this, and have been thankful for the opportunity to work together in a collaborative way, and I thank staff for supporting that collaboration along the way, and look forward to continued work on that. So please consider, I'd be honored for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Comments from Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. I want to thank the delegates as well from this neighborhood for coming in and expressing their concerns. And initially, quite frankly, I wasn't prepared to support. I was prepared to support the staff recommendation in regards to this one. But again, we have another strong member on council here who advocated for the neighborhood and worked really hard behind the scenes to get a consensus to figure out a way to get others to support this amendment. It may not satisfy everyone, and I think Councillor Stretch has worked very diligently to do her best to make sure that you get the majority of folks who could be satisfied. And I think she did a fabulous job. So she definitely persuaded me And so I'm happy to support the amendment.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, not to repeat myself, I think this is a similar context as the Westmount neighborhood. And then once more, again, this, if we were to go in a different direction than what staff have recommended, this is not a contradiction of staff's, you know, what they've outlined. I think this is fine-tuning a document that's going to live for the next 25 years that better defines and builds a city in a cohesive and in a sensitive way. And what Councillor Stretch is outlining, again, particulars of a character where we have that personal perspective, because not to take anything away from staff who have done a wonderful job in the consultation, but we've walked those sidewalks. We've gone up and down each driveway in those neighborhoods. We understand the significance and the very unique character of what that neighborhood is. And if it can help preserve that for at least a few more decades, I'm sure down the road where the land economics will change and we might be able to densify that neighborhood more. But for the time being, I think that preservation is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, Councillor Davey?
Yeah, thank you. It's funny because the two motions you're dealing with now, they're not entirely dissimilar, but how they happened are Councillor Johnson's was a long, slow burn, I would say, whereas Councillor Stretch faced more of a brush fire, politically speaking. And it kind of blew up all of a sudden. So, no, my only point is to say, yeah, yeah, if I was a Ward 10 resident, I'd be happy how quickly the response was. And I think we're landing in a place that best represents what the residents of that community want, and I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. As a kid that grew up and went to Shepherd School, I had friends on Simeon Street, Samuel Street, Myrner, Pandora Avenue. And man, I remember as a kid, when you had 10 cents and you got to go to the Pandora Variety, you thought you were a millionaire. So very familiar with this neighborhood. And also very appreciative of the work that you did, Councillor Stretch, on this. Again, it's the role of council to represent your constituents and to do all that advocacy with the residents, with your residents and with staff. The cooperation between staff and council, I think it speaks very highly of the way our staff work and our council work together, and just the ability to have the conversations that we've had and you sharing the information with us leads me to, again, this is another example of finding that balance, and happy to support this.
Thank you. Mayor Urbanovic?
Thanks very much, and I too will be happy to support this amendment, and want to thank Councillor Stretch for her work and leadership on this. We certainly did hear from many residents in a short period of time. I think one of the things that I liked was, having spoken with folks from both groups, the Westmount group and this one, is the collaboration that happened even between the neighborhoods, in recognizing that there were some real similarities between their respective neighborhoods, but also recognizing that there were unique components to them. But the reality is the streets that we're talking about that Councillor Stretch is addressing in her amendment really are some of the earliest streets in our community, beyond the immediate downtown. And I think, we heard loud and clear that while folks are certainly supportive of intensification and recognizing the appropriate place for that to happen on the boundaries of these neighborhoods, they certainly were looking for a little more balance in terms of how we approach this. And Councillor Stretch, heard that message very clearly, worked with the residents, worked with staff to come up with an approach that ultimately, I believe, hopefully will get the support of council tonight, and we can move forward in terms of the broader body of work that is really important for the future of our city.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston?
Thanks. Thanks, Chair Chapman. Oh, too much cheering last night at the Ranger game. Councillor Stretch, I am absolutely happy to support you in this motion. I know frankly, we kind of worked together on this because we had, we came at it from a very, very similar angle. So happy to support you. Yours was a little more challenging in that not everybody in the neighborhood was in favor. So I think that you've treated that with great sensitivity, and I really appreciate your approach on this. Beautiful neighborhood. I love to walk through this neighborhood too. And, I often think about how we think about things like our former city hall. We've got our beautiful clock tower, but it's not on top of a building anymore. And we don't always know what we have until it's gone. And so it's really important to, preserve the heritage of these neighborhoods. So thank you so much for your work on this. And again, very, very happy to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
I'm happy to support this too, Councillor Stretch. You did a great job along with Councillor Johnson, and this is what balance to me is about in a community, and for the constituents and the residents to come forward and voice their concerns and be able to keep their community intact and keep the heritage and the significance of it. I think it's great. I too, along with Councillor Schneider, went to Shepherd School, and I did shop at Pandora's store once in a while as well, and I felt like a queen, so it's a great place. Anyways, I support this, and congratulations, Councillor Stretch.
Okay, those are all the comments. I'll just say that I will also support it, and thank you for the work you put into it, and to the residents for speaking up. So it's been moved by Councillor Stretch. All those in favor? And that passes. Next we have Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I have quite a few amendments to move. At the same time, I'll be upfront and honest, and not work nearly as hard as my Ward 8 and 10 colleagues on this, so just so there's no one confuses volume with quality. But if I could ask the clerk, oh, they're already up. So we can go, I'm happy to take this first list all together. Amendment number 3, has that been removed? Yeah, so amendment number 3 is out. I have that modified separately coming up afterwards. So it's amendments 1 to 5. And they are all, if anyone has any questions on any of them, they're all effectively retaining the existing freedoms and uses of land uses of the existing properties that are there. So.
Councillor Singh?
Yeah, I think I generally agree with it, but there's a long list of motions, so if you can give us a minute to go through them quickly, and I think that may be a good opportunity for many who have had a very long night, and their issue has generally been dealt with the amendment. If anyone wants to leave as we're reading it, it may give them a small pause for them to be able to quietly exit. But yeah, if you can just have a minute to look through the motions, thank you.
Okay, comments. Councillor Ioannidis?
Yeah, I just want to also thank Councillor Davey for the work he's done on this. I don't think it's anything light, to take anything lightly, because there's a significant amount. I also want to thank staff at some point, but I know there's a lot of work, and I appreciate the work that they're doing behind the scenes with regards to accommodating these differences of opinion and moving forward. So But again, I'll probably say that again in my next comment, so.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. I also want to thank Councillor Davey for the work on this. His ward just happened to have a lot of these little idiosyncrasies in them, and also thank staff for working together through this. Again, a great overall document, but our role is to represent some of the needs of our constituents. So well done, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to share that sentiment of thanking Councillor Davey. I think this is really a economic development motion because it specifies the needs of our employer industry, of the various different industrial and commercial landholding, where ensuring that there is a sense of continuity to their usage, and at the same time there's more certainty as to the overall operation. I think that's crucially important as we look at our overall official plan. So good job, Councillor Davey.
Did you want to speak to this at all? No? Okay, so moved by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Oh, okay, two more.
Yeah,
Go
so,
ahead.
but wait, there's more. So yeah, there's still two more. They just had to be broken out separately. So there is 6 Shirley. If staff can bring that up, that was sent separately. Or if you have the other one up too, whatever's easiest for you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, so it's not the 3 in front of us, but the 6 Shirley's been revised. I sent a second. Oh, okay. And Victoria as well, yeah. Oh, it's on the screen, okay. Let's do Victoria first then, yeah.
Did you want to speak to it at all?
I think it speaks for itself. It just retains the freedoms as the delegates proposed.
Okay, Councillor Singh?
Just key to say we're not going to thank you the second time you did it once. But I am supportive of
There's
this
gonna
one
be a
and the
third
next
time.
one, yeah.
Councillor Stretch?
I'll thank you a second time. But I just wanted to say, I think the real fine tuning that you're having to do here in listening to the delegates and the area you represent is really important, and I think actually matches your character quite well. So.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, and the last one?
Oh, we move this one though.
Oh, sorry, yeah. So moved by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? And that passes.
And the last one is 6 Shirley and Ms. Elliott. We were able to add the major office clause in here as well, so and that comes up on the screen. Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's the highlight area.
Yeah, in yellow.
Any comments? No? Okay, moved by Councillor Davey. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Ioannidis. You have a motion?
I don't think I need to read it. It's pretty well self-explanatory with regards to dealing with Mill Street, and so I've heard enough. So
All those in favor?
I'll,
Deb? Okay. So moved by Councillor Ioannidis. All those in favor? And that passes. Thank you. Now we have Councillor Singh, who just left, so I guess we'll have to wait. Well, I thought we were voting for, I figured we were voting for both. Okay. unless anybody would like it to be separated out. No? Okay. So that's gone, that's done. So now, Councillor Singh, can we at least pull up his amendment? I think we should wait till he gets back. Yeah, but you can, but let's let him. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. The motion's before the committee, and I think I've had a second to read it as well. I think it just specifically talks to everything else we've said in the past and earlier this evening about fine-tuning aspects of the official plan where density probably makes the most sense. On Ottawa Street, again, this really identifies Laurentian Hills as well on east and west on both sides of Westmount Road, where they are very distinct neighborhoods and cater to a older demographic, very senior residential area. Again, overall, I'm not encouraging lower density than the neighborhood designation, which still allows for 6 stories. It just ensures that it's not within the growth area so that we are not packing development in where it doesn't make sense, where the planning justification will need to be made with the appropriate setbacks, which is within the neighborhood designation as opposed to the growth area. And I think one of the motions that was already taken is for the Schlegel urban development, where there does have ample land and the frontage along Fisher Hallman where density makes most sense. So it's about balancing, right? Along density where it's best suited and ensuring that there's a better integration into a neighborhood where it's the sensitivity requires. And I think the way the motion outlines for Laurentian Hills, east and west, identifies that sensitivity. So I would hope for your support.
Thank you. Did you want to comment? No? Okay, so moved by Councillor Singh, and all those in favor? And that passes. So I guess now we vote on the amended motion with the conflicts, the known conflicts. Can I get somebody to move it? Did we get somebody earlier? Okay, Councillor Davey. Yeah, so we're moving it first with the known conflicts. All those in favor? Oh, comments, sorry. It's getting late. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. You're doing a great job, actually, Madam Chair. No, I'd be remiss not to thank staff for the tremendous amount of work they've done, and in particular, I got to thank Natalie, who have bothered the last couple. Thank you / apologize for bothering you so much in the last few days. This really is a great document, but I think also like the tweaks we made, I really hope that the public, the business people in the community as well, realize that this council is really reflective of not only the idealism that our planning staff are tasked with bringing to us, but the pragmatism that we have to sort of filter that through and to make sure that we retain some of the great parts of the city that we have, but we also are cognizant of the business pressures that a lot of our economy are facing right now. So hopefully that's the message that's being communicated through this official plan. But again, I'd be remiss not to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work of staff. Official plans are so much work, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Vrbanovic.
Well, thank you very much. And I too wanted to take a moment to reflect on the body of work that's been accomplished. And council will recall that it was about a year and a half ago that the municipality received responsibility for planning and saw it transferred from the region to us. And we are now in a position where we're actually the first of the 7 lower tier municipalities in the region to be approving our official plan this evening and then ratifying it later in the month. And I say that because I think it's important that we recognize the immense amount of work that our staff team undertook in that time period to get this document before us, to engage the community as effectively as they did, to listen to voices that traditionally have not been heard as part of the process, and we heard some of those reflections at the beginning of the evening, to make recommendations that they felt were ambitious and forward-thinking for the future of our community, but also who worked strongly with council to respond to some of the issues and concerns we were hearing, and helping us find that balance that ultimately is being heard this evening. And I think it would be appropriate to say I believe this is something that all of you that have been part of this process should be immensely proud of. You know, it might not be the exact document that you presented before us, but I think what has collectively been achieved is significant. And I think the fact that it has been achieved with relatively few delegations in the whole. Yes, it's been a long evening, but I can tell you we've had other issues over my time on council where we've had to have like 2 or 3 nights of input sessions from the public, and we're not there. And I think because of the efforts of members of council to be responsive, because of the efforts of staff to work collaboratively with us, I do think it speaks to the kind of working relationship that this council and our staff have in working with the community. And so I really wanted to take a moment to say thank you to all of them for their leadership, their passion, and for getting this to us at this point in time. So thank you for all of your great work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Chapman. The mayor stole some of my comments, but that's all good. I guess what I want to reflect on is, and I think some of the communities that came here today, you know, reflect on how massive and impactful this document is, and it's a huge document, and for the staff to go about their day and moving through and stick handling and everything else that they need to do, and you know, and again to come up with the amount of folks that weren't really that disappointed, or overall the sentiment in the community is a huge testament to the staff. So thank you, and thanks for all the hard work that you've done, and to set up our city for success and for the future.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Johnston.
Thanks, Chair Chapman, and thank you so much, staff. I know what I really appreciate about you is your approach. You have been working on this document for well over 2 years with different kinds of really innovative activities that you've taken, you know, whether it was, you know, doing things on Gaukel Street or going to the market, just very creative, and just different ways of actually seeking out opinions from people that maybe we don't always hear from. And I'm really appreciative of your approach. It's really important. And when you felt that there is some need for some more education or some more, you know, open houses, you arrange them at community centers. So your flexibility of saying, okay, you know what, there's a lot of questions here. We need to go back out in the community and have these conversations. And I know that was really really appreciated. I know the one that we had at Victoria Hills, I think we had over 130 people crammed into that little tiny space that night. But that was really great, and that's your flexibility in doing that. You also arranged for a walk shop as well. That was great, and to speed up the work on the CHL for Westmount, and I'm really appreciative. It was a lot of extra work on top of the big body of general work that you were doing for the official plan. So I just wanted to say a big thank you, that it doesn't go unnoticed. I think I need to bake some more cookies for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Stretch.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my thanks as well. It is not lost on me that you, work here with residents, grumpy councillors, developers of all sorts, and you take all of that feedback, you mix it together, and you try to do what's best for our community. I just thank you for being ambitious. Thank you for biting your tongues when you don't totally agree with us, and for still being willing to work and figure out things that will work. So. Yeah, I'm really proud of this OP and this work. I'm really proud of the engagements and the way you intentionally went out to the community and tried to capture voices that aren't normally heard. I think that is fabulous, and I love that it came from our planning department. Well done being leaders, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'll make this fairly short. I just want to thank you for the time you put into this. This is 10 wards that you had to go around, and I'm sure everyone was different, and every challenge you met with professionalism and kindness and thoughtfulness. So I really appreciate that, and I absolutely admire your profession. I could never do it, but I really admire it. You've done a remarkable job. This is a huge body of work, and you should be very proud of yourselves. Thank you.
Okay, finally, Councillor Schneider.
If I'm your doctor, you're in big trouble. I'll tell you that much. Huge thanks to our staff on this. This is something that began in the summer of 2024, and here we are today. If you go to the Engage Kitchener page and look back at the history of the project, I hope that as you scan through that, you feel an immense sense of pride. I know I do as a councillor, especially with the engagement that was done on this, the intentional engagement and the strong desire to really go out and hear all voices, the unique and out-of-the-box engagement you did, just the different ways to engage, and how that was all put together with framing the plan, and again with the public launch, just incredible. This is just a fantastic piece of work, and it adds to your award-winning programs like Growing Together and Building Kitchener Together, the not-for-profit housing incentive pilot, the community improvement project. You do a lot of great work, and that work really impacts the lives of our residents. You're doing great things to improve our housing stock all along the housing continuum with very unique and groundbreaking programs. So just an immense amount of thanks for all the hard work, and also thanks for being approachable and listening. And in our roles as counselors, sometimes it's challenging because we have to bring forth what our residents ask us to bring forth. And the ability to have a consensus a little bit on this, and to give and take a little bit, I think it speaks very highly of both the staff and our council. And I think together with the input of our residents, with the delegations that we heard tonight, I think we've landed in a really good place, a place of balance, and I know for me, a real place of pride. So thank you to you, and thank you, council, and thank you, delegates, and everyone who engaged in this and was part of this project.
Thank you. I have nothing more to add other than thank you for the work that you've put into this. And yeah, I think it's a very comprehensive official plan. So it's been moved by Councillor Davey, and I'm referring to the report with the known conflicts. All those in favor? And that passes. And the remainder of the report, all those in favor? And that passes. There's one information item. And can I get somebody to move the adjournment of the meeting? What? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Mayor Bogdanovic.
I actually just wanted to thank you, Councillor Chapman, for chairing a complex meeting that had lots of moving pieces to it, and I just wanted to acknowledge you for your for stepping in as vice chair and for the work that you did today.
Sorry for the hiccups, but we made it. Okay, can I get someone to move the adjournment? Okay, Councillor Michaud, all those in favor? Thank you and have a good evening, everyone. Oh.